The evening sun.
Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 10 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And I am happy to have you all here. We had a slightly late start because I got here late. It was not my players. My players were all on top of things. I was in meetings with students until shortly before we started. But we are here, and I am very excited to say we have the entire cast here today. We're all here together, and we have 2 episodes in a row with everyone together before we have our next duo. And I hope you enjoyed the last duo, because the last duo was pretty explosive. Far less arson than in the duo before last. But my camera has my chin. Oh, you're right, it does. You know what this is? Oh, hold on. Whoop. There. That thank you, Rissa. That I think is just a framing of that one. When we go to map, I'll work on it. Or I'll work on it in my own way. We'll work it out. It'll be fine. So what was I saying? Oh yes, I was saying hello to everybody. Right. So we're all here. We've got 7 more episodes after this one to take season 5 to a close. Many things are happening, and we will see what is going on. Let's see. Let me think. I want to thank everybody who's here, who supports us by watching the show, who supports us by watching either live or on YouTube. Thank you, and I appreciate all those of you who watch on YouTube as well. There are ways to support us if you like. This is a really great crew of players, and I love them dearly. And you can, including our extended family, and you can support us by watching the show.
Sorry, could you say that again?
No.
Sorry.
No, I said sorry, not Siri. Stop it. She's just like okay, look, here's the thing. I do not talk to her very often, and so she just wants attention. You know what I mean?
She jumps at the opportunity.
She's like, me? And I was like, no, not you. I'm talking to somebody else. We have, so you can watch the show, and then you can tell your friends, you can retweet our going live tweet, you can give us some hype and love so that people watch the show, because that's really what it's about. And let me see, what else? You can also join our Discord, where we chat about things there and share info and stories. That's great. You can join our Patreon, and our Patreon is over at Academic Foxhole. That's where it is, and that goes to help pay for the cast. So when you go and you are a member of our Patreon, you are directly helping pay for the cast, but also to help pay for our graphic designer, all those sort of extra things that come in. Anything that doesn't get covered, I pay for out of pocket. Let me see, what else? There, if you are a member of the Patreon, I usually try to give some kind of cool prop at the end of the season. Most of the things that happen on Patreon are open to everybody, so you don't have to be a Patreon. Almost nothing is behind a Patreon lockbox. But the interviews that we've got going on will be there. We're going to have an interview with each of the cast members about their character and what they're thinking about them and where they're at. And those will be coming up. And also every once in a while I'll put a prop out or something. Like I gave the awards that Regina and Doris got, and I gave that to the Patreon. So like usually maybe once a season, like a prop. But generally speaking, what you're doing is you're helping support this cast and the cast of the shows on the show. So let me see what else. And then of course you can give tips and bits here on during the show. And if you do, you know what? I just forgot I interrupted myself, but it's fine. If you do, however, we'll read out any messages at the intermission and at the end. And I want to thank you in advance for doing all of that. We also have a special tier. It's a $200 tier on Patreon. And that is a tier that was like, hey, maybe like Jeff Bezos will join the $200 tier. I don't know. But it turns out, and it's the word from our sponsors, and if you are one of our sponsors, that $200 would go and pay for one episode of the show a month. And if you are a member, then you get a special shout out, for example, right now. And that would be our sponsor for this month, as well as last month, was Willen, who is also the person who takes wonderful notes for us and is so helpful. And those notes are going to actually go up on our a website. We have a website that is not super live yet, but it will go there when I get the time. And also he gets a special spot in our credits and a special ad, which airs once a month, which had aired last week. And so I want to thank Willen for that. And I feel like that's it, right? Yes, I feel like that's all the admin. So I would like to, at this moment, well, I do have some random things, but they're not admin. I would like to introduce our characters. So, and their players who play them. Before I mention that, I'm going to say something about, the rules. So what's really interesting about Fate is that when you get, you have this mechanic for compels. If you can offer compel to the players, or they can offer me one. Well, actually, they're offering an NPC one to be technical about it. Or they can compel each other, and you offer a fate point for that compel based on one of their aspects or an aspects in the world. And they can choose to accept that fate point. And with a compel, what ends up happening is that some kind of consequence, some kind of story-changing consequence happens that you cannot get out of for that compel. And so with a compel, some kind of story-changing consequence happens, and if they accept it, they accept the consequence, and they get a fate point. If they do not want that to happen, then they pay a fate point, and they don't have the thing happen. If, using a new rule, if they can tie their refusal to one of their aspects, that's important, right? It's an important moment for them. Like, I can turn this down, not just because I just don't want to, but because, you know what? I have this aspect, and my aspect XYZ says that I can resist this other thing. Then they can get a boost, basically. They can get a boost for that. But besides, offering a compel, you can self-compel, or you can say, I think that I'm going to make a really bad choice right about now because of this aspect, and I think this bad choice is going to impact me in this way. Can I get a fate point for that? And I'm going to say yes. Well, most of the time. Now, there is one other compel-related situation that I want to just bring up here for no particular reason. And that is the retroactive self-compel. If I think that you have made some choices in game that is going to impact the story in ways that may not be to your benefit, and it is tied into one of your aspects, I might just give you a fate point as a retroactive self-compel to say, hey, you did this thing, and here is your fate point for it. The best example of when this happened was back in season 1, when Sylvie and Tango thought it would be fun to put phenobarbital in the alcoholic beverage of Falstaff, which caused him to almost die. He basically was overdosing, and there was a big problem.
I think that is the first time KP and Lindy, do y'all know that we almost killed Falstaff on a joke?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm were
well
you there
aware.
for that? Oh, were you?
I was not there, but I heard about it.
Okay, great.
Twice.
Yeah.
More than once.
Sylvie had some phenobarbital, which is what they use for sleep medication, and she thought it would be hilarious as a prank to slip it into his beer at the club. But I don't know if you know this, many old Hollywood stars died of overdoses because they were mixing phenobarbital and alcohol, which was a bad idea, but people at the time were not so hip on that, and so he started overdosing, and it was a big deal, and I was like, by the way, that was a retroactive self-compel. Here's a fate point for you two. So I'm just going to let you know that is a thing that can happen, and, I may be a little bit more what's the word? I'm going to try to remember when you all make some of these decisions that will cause consequences for you in the future, that when those consequences come due, that I will just give you a self-compel as a present for your
I feel
commitment.
like this is foreshadowing.
Is it? Is it foreshadowing? I don't know. I don't know if it is. It might be. But I'm just saying that there might be some lovely fate points coming your way. Perhaps. Speaking of burning buildings, I would like to have Greg introduce himself first. Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And your question for today is, Greg, what is your favorite aspect on your character? Like, of the aspects on your character sheet, which one is your favorite?
Hi, everybody. My name is Greg Grimjack21502. I play Oscar Mueller, reformed Gestapo agent. And let's see, the answer to the question of what I find most favorable in the aspects of said Oscar Mueller.
No, not most favorable, but your favorite, which could be the least favorite.
Well, yeah, my favorite. My favorite. I don't get a chance to use it as much as I'd like, because I usually always default to the show must go on. But Soul of a Dancer, I like Soul of a Dancer. That's my favorite.
By the way, I was just thinking about compels, related to the show must go on. That's all. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it.
I'm not. Believe me, I'm in a great mood right now. Yeah.
Is it because you're listening to Maroon 5?
No.
All the wine.
Okay, well then, speaking of wine, Lindy, who are you?
Yeah.
And who are you playing? And what is your favorite aspect of your character?
Like Greg and I can be related. Hi, I'm Lindy, and I'm playing Frieda Engel. She's a famous German opera singer. And I guess my favorite aspect, she's got so many good ones, but one that I really enjoy about her, and I think is very interesting about her, is cunning linguist.
Why?
Because I feel like it just says a lot about her upbringing, and who she is as a person.
Yeah.
I mean, Stone Cold Manipulator's fun too, but I think cunning linguist just really grabs at the core kind of who she is in a way.
Yeah. Greg, why is Soul the Dancer your favorite at the moment?
Because I think that is what best describes Oscar in this moment.
Oh. Speaking of people who have a soul, an artistic soul, Dot, who are you? Who do you play? And what is your favorite aspect of your character?
Okay. Hi, friends. I'm Dot. I play Regina Kraus. Kind of really like Snur, kind of. And also Simone Bourne, just really just trying hard to manage a few identities and live actually out in public during occupied France. It's fine. My favorite aspect. Okay, so every one of my aspects has changed,
which is so cool,
except for one. There's one aspect that from the very beginning has never changed, and that is actually my free aspect, which just sees all the angles.
Yep, I was gonna say that.
But my favorite, the thing that causes Regina the most trouble is not her troubled aspect. It is the fact that she is a ladies' lady. And I feel like even in the last moment we saw her riding in a race car, she is a ladies' lady. And so I think that is my favorite. But I needed to know that there was only one aspect that had not changed over all 5 seasons.
That's amazing. Speaking of all 5 seasons, the one person who's here who has not been here all 5 seasons, the least number of seasons, but is such a heart of the show nonetheless, would be KP. KP, who are you? Who are you playing? And what is your favorite aspect of your character? You're muted. You're muted.
Damn it. There we go.
You're back.
Hello, everybody. And oh boy. Well, first off, I'm KP, and I get to play the disarmingly charming and endearing Dr. Preetham Singh. And if you didn't know, that is the aspect I was picking because I just find that such a fun one. Not only because I think it also gets him in trouble. It's not that I use that aspect when it gets him in trouble. It's just the way he is as a person and his personality. It's funny because he is officially trained, but at the same time, he's so unprepared for so many things. He's just very naive, right? Yeah. Like he thinks he can do all these things, but I mean, he's going by the books, and not always, does that work out. Sometimes you don't need to go by the books, which we saw the last time when he met his sister, and he was like, "I can't tell you shit. I can't tell you anything, and yet here you are, and I don't know what else to tell you. I'm just following orders, and it's getting me in trouble." So here we are. So
yeah, that's awkward, but I feel like it's probably not you'll be okay. I believe in you. I believe in you. And I am troopersjp, and I am your GM for today. So I wanted to tell you all about the retroactive self-compels, and that is in no way foreshadowing. It is foreshadowing, but don't worry about it. It'll happen when it does. And let us figure out where we are. We have had quite a bit of an interesting time. The last we left our crew, it was Wednesday, April the 22nd. Where's my map? My calendar, because I have one, because I care about these things very much. So yes, it was Wednesday, the 22nd of April. They'd had this sort of afternoon event party at the estate of Lisette Roland d'Orland, a comtesse, with this estate which is right outside of Paris, just barely right outside of Paris, and a lot of fun was had, shall we say, at that event. Yeah, all sorts of fun. And at the end of that evening, everybody went their own ways. Who left first? I believe the prince and his sister left first to go and spend some time together. And perhaps, just have some time together. And then Regina left next in the accompaniment of one, Philip Morris, who is a all-around athletic superstar, or was before she was no longer allowed to. Well, that might come out in game later. She was sort of banned from competing in many events for questionable behavior. Yeah. And anyway, so they went joyriding together. And that left Luke and Frieda to sort of clean up. And Luke left next. And then Frieda and Oscar left together at the end of the evening. And they went and they had there was some business to take care of at the estate before they left. They took a tour. They took a tour of the grounds, which was very lovely. And there was a question, actually, that was given to me by chat. And the question was, do we have any images of the estate? And the answer to that question is sort of. It is based on a conglomeration of two different estates that I thought were, particularly interesting, and I'll figure out a way to sort of put them together in some sort of a way at some point for you. But after that, Oscar and Frieda had an errand to run, leaving them somewhere in the city doing things that might involve burning down buildings. Nope, that was Oscar and that was Oscar and Regina. Sorry, I get confused. Sometimes people get together with Oscar and things get burned down. But I will say there was a fire. There was a fire at the end of the last episode. It just might not have been one that burned down any buildings. So I'm going to ask, Is there anything that you all need to do Wednesday evening after after joyrides, chats with sisters, and whatever mysterious things that Oscar and Frieda did that involved flames and fire and feet?
Mhm. I mean, I don't think Preetham himself has anything specific. At this point, I'm assuming he probably. How long has it been since the party?
Oh, like an hour or two?
Oh, just straight after.
I'm just asking you if you have anything. Otherwise, we'll just move a little bit later.
Oh, I think he would have just gone and spent time with his sister, maybe properly take her around
The city?
Paris, and show his clinic. And then I think what he will try to do is give hints about what he's been up to and why. Not like directly tell her, but kind of, oh, look at all these. Oh, these are paperwork that shouldn't be on the desk. Oh no. Oh.
What's funny is that she already knows.
True, but
yes, but he doesn't know that she already knows.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. I love that. That is very good.
Because he hates the idea of leaving her in the dark like this, but the fact that he needs her to understand that what he's doing is for the greater. I don't like using that phrase, but like there is an overall reason why he's doing what he's doing. He's not against the family, and if it's possible, essentially like ask her to go home and assure her parents that he's not like against them.
Yeah,
it's just something he has to do right now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That is fair. What about the rest of you all? I want to know because I need to know, what things I say next. Basically.
Okay, I have questions.
Absolutely. This is what I'm here for.
Okay. So you know how chat raised all those extra credit points for our upgrades for the flower shop? Did we ever decide how that's going down?
No, each one of you has one. Still
okay.
Each one of you gets to have one.
I have a want to have like an underground, like a cellar, like a bomb shelter, basically, that's like under it. They got dug underneath it. That's kind of secret and hidden. Maybe the entrance is actually in the freezer or something, it's like out of the way. But I would like to have an underground space that's like away from other things that we can hide stuff or people or us in.
I'm going to, at this moment, read off what current aspects are attached to your flower shop.
Okay.
Upscale and unassuming. Delivery on wheels. Perfect for people watching. Those are your current aspects attached to the flower shop. And you have 4 aspects. Each one of you can name an aspect that you would like to attach to the flower shop or any of your community
Let's see.
Property, basically.
I mean, I'm good with stuff. I mean, this is a Regina thing, right? This is really practical. Regina was like, if we're going to have all of this shit done, we ought to hide a real important upgrade. So this is like,
and please
underground
note, you did have construction going on, right? So you did have construction going on. So,
like underground, like, we're unassuming. So like hidden bunker or hidden cellar.
Words. Rest of the group, thoughts? Hidden cellar. And remember, a good aspect has both a positive and a negative to it, so that it can be invoked in ways for fate points for you. So you want something that has like really good double-edged meaning. Hidden cellar, I'm not quite certain how you could use that to get fate points. To
get them, it could be like well, it could be used more defensively. Is there a way for us to use it like
think about Paris, and while you're thinking about like the way to get fate points, in terms of how it could be a negative impact. Well, I mean, there's the catacombs in Paris, and from what I remember from the stories, one of the reasons that they built these catacombs was because originally, or I forget if this was part of during the catacombs. Yeah, I think it was during the catacombs or before the catacombs, when they were still burying bodies at the church, and it piled up so high that the nearby manor, they had a basement area, and then so the story goes that the father had guests over, and the father sent his daughter down into the cellar to fetch some wine for the guest, and then she wasn't coming back up, and then finally when they went down there to check, it turns out the weight of all the bodies against their cellar wall became so much that it finally fell over, and then it practically buried her underneath all of that, so they had to pull her out. I forget if she survived or anything.
Wow.
The nature of those.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was after they had already built the catacombs and that had happened, or it was prior to that catacombs, but that was a situation that did happen. So with the way the Paris underground layout is, I'm not sure if that would help.
It also is probably not supposed, like, what flower shop has a cellar?
Right.
It's also like out of place. Suspicious, or it could be, hey, that I'll take it.
Yeah.
It could be a suspicious fallout shelter or bomb shelter.
Schmelzer in chat said resistance cellar.
There we go. That sounds good.
Because that basically means you're gonna have a really hard time talking your way out of that one if it gets discovered, right?
Yes. My plan was kind of to actually use it for some on-site stuff, so that makes sense. Like, maybe we'll risk it a little bit. It's hidden inside of the freezer floor or something to enter it, but yeah, if you get inside of it, it's a resistance bunker.
I like it. Resistance cellar.
Thank you. That's a great idea.
That is a good one. That is one of your, each one of you still has one for your flower shop, and I would also say related properties, like your resistance properties, as it were. So not for the snakes, but I mean, I suppose you could put it in your spaces in the hotel, but the hotel is maybe not be a place you'll be staying forever, right? So it's up to you. That would be my thought. So if you have thoughts about that, please note it.
So I say that to answer your question as to what is Regina doing after she would like to be dropped off at the flower shop, saying that she needs to pay the bill and she's going to get a ride. Like, she doesn't want to be dropped back off at the hotel in this speedy race car and draw attention. She just doesn't want to.
Absolutely. Which of course your escort for the evening and the joyride would be very understanding of that.
Great. Wonderful.
Because you
would
know,
I have happened to learn where she's staying?
Well, she dropped you off.
Right.
Would you like to make a discover action?
Yes,
that's
I would.
A discover action.
I would like that before she drops me off at the flower shop.
May I ask
pay my
what
bill
skill you're using
brunch.
to try to get this information? I mean, I
guess
skills.
it's gonna it's gonna probably have to be. I don't think I can deceive her own location out of her, so I guess I'm gonna have to rapport it out.
Oh,
of her.
Interesting. Rapport is like.
No. Can I use awareness? Do I see a key to a hotel? Do I see a receipt?
You can use awareness. Those are different things. You know what I mean? Like, it's a different way of getting
let
information.
Me see what do I see in her speedy race car? I imagine that she has to have some things to give her away. I mean, I'm gonna use awareness.
Yes, please do. What? Great. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is enough for one question.
Where is she staying?
I just want to hear exactly how you phrase it. Not to get you, because I want to give you the best, most accurate information based on your question.
Okay. Based on the contents of the vehicle, what she's wearing, or things that might be on her person, can I figure out where she is staying?
Yes, I can answer that question for you. So this question is it's tricky, right? Because she's got this race car and it's a little bit older and it is fast and it's tricked out and it clearly takes a lot of fuel. It is not, you know how race cars are. They're not fuel efficient. But
Yeah.
but she gets access to fuel somehow. That's cool. And the car on the inside has got a lot of like tchotchkes. Do you know what I mean? Like there's like little things on the dash, like for good luck, that kind of a thing.
She's tacky.
I didn't say she wasn't.
Oh no.
Look,
Okay.
she smokes cheap cigars. She curses like a sailor. She is loud and bold.
And she has a taste for housewives. Ugh. Okay, here we go. Okay, so what do I learn from her tchotchke collection?
I mean, so her keys, the car keys, they've got a little dangly on it. And the dangly is a nautical wheel for a boat, for a ship.
Oh, okay.
Little nautical wheel in there, and an anchor. There are two little tchotchke symbols on there. And there are a couple of like photographs taped to the inside of the dash of this car because you want to like look at nice things, right? Or perhaps you want to maybe impress people. It's unclear. So
okay.
There's like a photograph of her and Josephine Baker. There's a photograph of her and Edith Piaf. There's a photograph of her with some gold medals.
Right.
Her in a race car. Now, there's not just like one or two photographs. There are quite a few photographs. And if you were, I don't know, a lovely young lady who took a joyride with her, you might look at these photographs and think, wow, how impressive she is. She knows these famous people. She's done these famous things. How impressive she is. There's also like a picture of her boxing as well.
That's hot.
And there's you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot going on in there. And then there's a picture of her standing at the Pont Neuf in front of a houseboat. So if you want to think where does she stay, the answer to that question is it looks like she sleeps on a houseboat that is docked in the Seine, out by Port Neuf, is where you got this Pont Neuf, where they've got some docks there.
Jeez, what a character. Okay,
I'm just telling you.
That's great. So Regina has avoided having to ask, which was she did not
Yes.
want to have to ask because that insinuates so
Yes.
many things.
Yes.
So she got away without it. She Regina makes sure to out her cigarette because she could probably smoke in the race car, no doubt.
By the way, you do you remember the rumor about her murdering somebody?
Oh yeah, I noted that.
Yeah. If you think back, that was on her houseboat. So she's clearly still living in that houseboat where the scene of the crime happened. It was all very unclear. She was hanging out with some lady,
Right.
and then some guy was like yelling at them, and then he just showed up at the houseboat. So she shot and killed him, but it was self-defense. She was arrested, but then she was found not guilty. But this person who was a complete stranger knew where she lived.
Right.
They'd had some kind of confrontation on the street, and then privately on this houseboat, this person showed up, this guy, for unknown reasons. They had never seen him before, which seems unlikely, and then she shot and killed him. But it was
Okay.
it was self-defense. So she apparently is still on that houseboat.
Great. Lives at the scene of the crime.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, she does.
Okay. Regina just wants to be dropped off at the flower shop. She's not actually going to leave.
Yep.
She's just gonna make it look that way.
Because I just kind of need to know where you all are at this evening, just in case. Tour of the city with the prince, back at the flower shop with Regina, Oscar and Frieda. What about you in the evening after all of that thing that happened? Do you know that thing that the other players don't know about? That thing that happened with the feet. Where do you what do you do afterwards? Look, sometimes I say things because it amuses me, but go on. What do you do in the evening?
Afraid to go with the flow kind of person to a certain extent.
You did have info.
Doesn't I did have info. I suppose if we're like getting ready to go back into the car, because she's not gonna want to end that early, she will say, "Oh, and like look at the lads with the other car, just sigh and say, well, I hate to breathe the bearer of bad news, but I believe you need to check what was it, the drop
Posters.
boxes?
Oh, the one of the emergency dead drops.
Yeah, the emergency dead drops. I think I received a tip from a certain individual at the party that Falstaff might be in trouble. I think checking a dead drop would be wise. Also, we need to talk about this individual. Something needs to be done about them. It's Nicoletta.
I'm aware. Yes, some things that must be done.
I know too much. He looks at the face like, do I want to explain it all now and later, or do I just want to explain it all later?
No, Oscar would provide you with the answer in his own face that says, if this is a discussion that must be done twice, let's do it once. And he would just, yes, let's
just nod.
I will drop you off
Everyone
at the
needs to hear it.
hotel, and then I will go to the dead drop, and I'm going to go by the hotel. I'm going to slow down to about 10 miles an hour. I want you to jump out and roll, and then I will continue to go.
I'm very round right now. I'm sure I've rolled quite well.
Yeah, so here we go.
I would like an awareness roll from KP.
You wanna what now?
Awareness, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
I'm so glad I upped that. Okay. What did I get? Give me some. Oh, hey!
So your
bad.
sister is at she has a hotel where she's staying, of
Mhm.
course. And I imagine you've dropped her off, and where are you heading after you drop your sister off?
Oh boy. I think after he makes sure that she's safe and probably has her valet with her. What was his name again? The one that
Ashwar.
came with Ashwar. Yeah. So Lee makes sure that she's safe with him over there. Kind of probably excuses himself, saying that he's been away from the clinic for too long. I don't think they ever discussed if and where they need to meet up, did they afterwards?
Did not.
I think he would end up going to the flower shop though, just because it seems like that's where we end up going after the
Debriefs.
Yeah, for debriefs and everything. So that's where he'll head.
Okay. Because you are walking the way there, you see as you're walking, again, it's late evening now, and you're walking towards a flower shop. It's a beautiful, beautiful April.
Oh dear God.
I don't know why you make that face, but it's a beautiful day, beautiful evening. People are walking hand in hand. It's the city of love, Paris. Everything is great.
Okay.
And you notice, of course, the ubiquitous red posters. Achtung, noting, right, the most recent executions or captures.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're walking, you happen to just catch one word in the list of names.
Okay.
Falstaff.
I think as soon as he hears that word, he slows down, not quite stops, but slows down and without directly looking, kind of turn his ear in that direction.
Poster. Nobody's speaking, but it's the...
Okay.
It's a poster. You see, like, as you're walking, your eyes, glance past this poster, and you see the name Falstaff on it, this red, angry red poster.
I think what I'll do is I will kind of pretend to go nearby and then check. Is there any other regular posters around, like for shows and things like that?
They love, certainly, but these posters, they do this all the time. Whenever they do some executions of people or capture people, they want you to, like, this is all part of their propaganda.
Okay.
To let you know that they are doing their job to keep the city safe by murdering some people.
Yeah. So I want to make sure that just in case this is not like some sort of a lure.
Oh, they're everywhere. They're
right in the sense of
everywhere.
like
Yeah.
specifically looking at Falstaff's, because it would look like a little suspicious. Like, why would he go directly about this one specific person?
Well,
Are they connected in some way.
The poster has a list of names on it.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, cool. It's a list.
Yeah,
All right. So yeah,
they like to tell you all the people they've killed.
Okay.
It's pretty awesome for them.
So as I'm reading this, so this is a list specifically state. Is there anything on there about why he's on the list? What?
Well, the poster is in two parts. The first part, which is very much, this is very par for the course for this sort of a poster. It's a list of people they have executed. And it's a list of names of people that have been executed. And they almost never put this list out until after they've executed them.
Okay.
Of people they have executed and why. And the list has got a name of like a list of 15 names on it. And with each name, they tell you why that person was executed. And most of these people seem to be treasonous resistance traitors, that sort of thing. You have a lot of like college students who are traitors, communists, people who are working against the state, right? And then there's one with only a name in quotation marks. Falstaff, British man with a scar on his face, executed for being a spy against the Reich and against France. So yeah, there's a list of 15 people executed, and they seem to be most of them have actual names. Some of them don't. There are a couple that just have a code name or two, but they're little things like Armenian resistance member, Spanish dissident, communist, and people that were executed because they have worked against the peace and against their enemies of the state. And Falstaff was listed as one of those people executed as an enemy of the state, as a member of the so-called resistance.
Does the description match exactly how Falstaff looked?
Tall British man with a scar on his face. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think Preetham kind of just touches that, stares at it, and then looks around and then rips that poster off the wall, folds it and puts it into his pocket. And then before he runs off to the flower shop, I'm assuming that he's
there's
still
also
near
a poster of you, by the way.
Okay. What does that one say?
You look great. And it's like you in front of the microphone. And it's like you're not the only person posted. It's basically like stars of the French radio, right? It's like there's like you, there's like a couple of other propagandist speakers there, and it's like voices you can rely on. The voice like Paris radio Paris, the voice of Paris, the voice of the world, right? And there's like you, and there are a couple of other of these propagandists. Hello, Raiders, looking very, very collaborationist and handsome and trustworthy, and
Preetham immediately rips that off. He rips that and then looks around and just crumples it up and then tosses it in the nearest bin that he could find. I'm assuming they're all over, but this is more of just him just hating seeing this in front of him. Rips it off, and then immediately before running off to the flower shop, the first thing he does is he goes back to his apartment or back to where his sister is, and then straight up just says, "You need to leave the city now. This is not a safe space for you. Things are getting more and more deadly, and I cannot guarantee you be protected, especially if something were to happen to me. The fact that you're here and connected to me, you need to leave."
And she will take that very seriously, of course. And I think that she will start packing to go rather than stick around too much longer.
And then I turn to Ashwash and give him my contacts at the embassy that I've recently, like my mother that gave me the contacts. Talk to them; they'll be able to assist you and hopefully find the fastest transportation near that we have. Whatever the next ship is, If it's tonight, you take that one. If it's in the next hour, you take that one. Whatever is the next, leave.
And with those very serious words hanging in the air, you head to the flower shop.
Yeah. And as I walk in, I'm assuming I would see Regina there.
Probably not.
Oh,
She
I thought-
wouldn't- like what she's there.
She's
but
probably in
you
the
wouldn't
back.
just see
Okay,
her. Yeah.
Yeah. So I kind of go in, turn around, and just to be sure, I flip the open sign to closed. And then if it's not already, and then walk down, like make sure the blinds are down, walk downstairs, but I haven't locked the door because I know that most likely Oscar and Frieda or one of the other members of our cell might come in, and then walk to the back where I would suspect Regina is.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as he sees her, he takes the paper and tosses it on the desk in front of her, or whatever desk there is, and he goes, "Have you seen this?"
I'm guessing I have not.
You've been in a car having a lovely time.
I kind of parse it over. How many names do I know?
You would have to roll me academics.
Superb.
So security says you do not know the names of other agents. So
Right.
knowing them, you're not going to know them from your resistance sections, because that is if you know their names, they might know yours, and if they were captured and tortured, that would be real bad. So you do not know any of their names in terms of who they are, their real the identities that are posted. I mean, you know Falstaff. You are able to. Oscar had told you about this old Italian woman. There is an Italian woman's name on that list. It may be her. It may not be her.
Mm-hmm.
She's listed as a resistance member. And if you parse, you can, looking at that role that you have, you're superb. You can probably guess about, of those people on that list of like about 15 or so names, you could probably maybe guess from the description that Oscar had given you. You could probably guess about 4 of them are part of that cell that that he believed compromised. If they have been executed and their names, this is part of your superb, and their names published here, that means they know that you know that they've been compromised, so they've killed them. So
Gotcha. Okay.
right, they would not publish those names if they did not think that you knew about.
Was it? It was who slipped at the party and told us that it was Nicoletta, wasn't it?
Well, she didn't
Nicoletta-
slip. She just
Nicoletta
straight up
told-
said it. Yeah.
Frieda.
Yeah, she told Frieda.
Frieda
Frieda,
hasn't been able
right.
to tell the rest of y'all yet
Yeah.
because
But okay,
you were
okay.
already gone.
That's just a note. Okay, that's a meta note for myself.
Yeah.
So I guess okay. Well,
But you did get a superb out of that, which I gave you some info. You can. That's enough to get one more question out of that.
oh, okay. All right. So let me think timeline here. He came to us how many days ago and told us that they were compromised?
2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Today's Wednesday. That was Sunday because you have
Okay.
meetings on Sundays.
Okay, so 3 days ago.
Mhm.
Really? Okay. We looked into the situation and found that the agents were already, when he told us they were compromised, they were already gone. They were already missing from what we believe to have been their cell location, which was the hotel. Excuse me.
But London did not believe it because they were still getting broadcasts, and everything seemed fine.
Right. Right. And then 2 days later at the party, was it 2 days later? Yeah, 2 days later at
3 days later because
three-
the party is Wednesday.
the party was
was
earlier
Wednesday.
today.
It's today.
So 3 days later, we get notified that they have had him in custody
Falstaff?
because Yeah. Now, this is my meta knowledge because Dot is trying to focus the question so I know what to ask, right?
So 3 days later, you have a notice saying that they executed him earlier this morning.
There's a public notice
earlier
saying
that day.
Yeah.
Yes, and Nicoletta told Frieda at the party that her husband was torturing someone named Falstaff and
So
two
he
other
had
resistance
had-
members.
And he had at least had them for a while. So we can assume that if they executed him today, they've had him at least 24 hours under surveillance and interrogation is Regina's guess. So, okay. Regina looks at Pretum and curls the paper back up and she says, I'm going to have to get out a broadcast. And we have a dead drop location that I need to check as well.
It's getting dangerous.
You think it's just now getting dangerous?
No. What I mean is, it's getting. They're closing in. It feels like. Why does it feel like they're coming around all around us? If Falstaff has been caught and executed, what's stopping them from us? Is there a leak? How did they even find him in the first place?
All good questions, none of which I can answer from a single piece of paper. I don't think, since I have one more question. What can I tell from this piece of paper?
Using academics.
Academics. Who printed this?
The German military administration. They print all of
They-
these
can
things.
Can I tell where it was printed? Like, a printer usually will have a watermark on the paper. Like, is there a way I can tell where in town this was printed? What business was it printed at?
These things are mostly done. This is a fairly, for somebody like you, general knowledge, especially considering who your husband is.
Okay.
They do this. There are a number of factories. Like, you have an entire propaganda department. They have numerous printing presses. They do this all the time, right? They've got a whole propaganda system set up to go and because they do this a lot.
So they have their own printing press, basically.
Well, their own. They've taken some. What's yours is mine. There were printing presses that belonged to other people, and now they belong to them. Yeah.
So, okay, valid.
They're like, oh, that's a nice printing press, but you're Jewish. We're gonna just take that and put you in a camp. And they just took people's stuff, and so they've got numerous. And because it's such a high volume, they have numerous presses. Also, they have tight controls over paper and ink.
Mhm.
It is very, very difficult to do an underground newspaper because they have tight controls over rationing
Over
and
the supplies.
over the supplies. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was my question. That I look at Pretum and Regina simply says, I have to get a broadcast out. Moving forward, our code names are considered, well, we can't use them anymore.
Compromised.
So, in addition, I imagine the bunker may and could be under surveillance as well as the flower shop. For the next 2 weeks, we will not meet as a cell. We will only hold our personas in place until we can figure out who is on our tail and what it is they're trying to source out. We managed to distract them for a while with my radio code name, but they'll catch on sooner or later.
Understood. Well, if that's the case, then what do you want me to do for the next 2 weeks? What do you have, an assignment or something I can assist with? Or just lay low?
The idea is to lay low, so be a doctor. We need to figure out what's going on with Nicoletta. She wants a baby, and she wants a baby bad.
Oh, she's still on with that mad woman.
She will do whatever it takes, I imagine. So,
Did she bring my name up again? Of course she did.
So now I will note that that Regina was not present for that conversation. That was
Nope.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
That was Frieda.
yep,
So
I was about to say
Frieda
Regina.
has so
Regina
much to tell
goes.
you.
Yeah, Regina just says, I imagine that if she hadn't, she will. She thinks she has her talons in you or whatever. Working on it. We're working on it. But she is becoming a problem. A big
And her
one.
husband.
Yes, for some reason, he tends to stay the same, consistent.
Mm.
He is always the same monster. She evolves. And that's what makes her dangerous. She gets more volatile. We believe that she took a woman's head to blame her own husband so that Oscar would kill him.
That's right. I still need to talk to him about that, but perhaps now is not the time.
Well, take it easy. For a while, we're going to just lie low. I need to
Okay.
get some of the pictures. The dead drop could be compromised.
I have
Very
a
well.
question,
Yes.
and this is to Oscar and Frieda. You have just finished a mission. Are you going to meet up at the flower shop for a debrief?
We have the new space.
If we can. I know we got Clemens Brown.
You're gonna ditch your tail, but
Yeah.
and I want to ask if you will be arriving. You two, up there.
I'm hesitant to do so because we have the
Yeah, I mean,
the separate car with us.
We're gonna see each other. We live in the same place, so we could always.
Yeah,
just
we're not
plan
gonna
to
we're
meet
gonna go
together.
straight home. Yeah,
Yeah.
straight to the hotel.
Or he dropped me off and then he's gonna check the dead drop because Freda asked very nicely. And then Freda's gonna make a doctor's appointment for this evening and get everyone in her room.
So let me ask, are you going to be calling the flower shop?
If we think that's where people are going to be, then yes.
All right.
Freda will call requesting some flowers.
You hear the phone ringing, and you hear. Now, this is at this moment. I want to place everybody. And 1 second. When I place everybody, I think I have to do this. This is important. Yes, there we go. Just a little distressing music. Yes. You two are talking about this, and you hear the phone ringing. And then you can hear Marie pick up the phone. Hello? Flowers of Paris?
Oh, hello. Yes, this is Frieda Engel. I'm here. I would like to request some flowers. I'm getting gifts for friends of mine for a good job well done. I know we have placed orders previously. I cannot remember at the time. Do you remember what Prince Pritam Singh and Frau Leichner's particular favorite flowers were?
Oh, oui, I do. And you would like me to send those over to you?
I would love to. That'd be wunderbar.
We do have them in, and I can have them sent to you. Do you want... there is a flower I cannot send with that we are out of, but I imagine that you probably have them already.
I am only missing those two.
Yes. So, to be very clear, you already have the posy, which would be Oscar, right? You also already have, so you have the posy, and also you have the buttercup, which is Luke.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, you have both of those, and so you.
I have the posy. The buttercup wouldn't be terrible if, just to send along with the rest of the flowers.
Oh, at the moment we have the orchid, which is the prince.
Prince, yeah.
And we also have the dandelion, which is Regina. But we are out of buttercups at the moment.
Oh, all right. I suppose if they come in anytime soon, just let me know.
Of course.
I'll send them over.
Yes, I will send 2 bouquets, and
thank you.
Of course. It should not be too long.
Thank you.
And Marie comes into the back, and she goes, Madame, Monsieur, that was a call from... oh, what is your flower code name?
Whose?
Frieda.
Frida's.
Frida's.
I was about to
Well, we've
ask.
got poppies, orchids, dandelions, buttercups. I think it's adorable that Luke is a buttercup, by the way.
Yeah.
Maybe a lily.
Lily.
Ooh, Lily.
And Dandelion is Regina. Orchid is the prince, Pritam. And Oscar is a posy. Frieda called, and she wanted you to go to her room in the hotel.
Regina hands a note she's been writing over to Marie and says, "This is for Luke."
Oh, he is not back, and he is not with Frieda yet. I imagine.
He will be back.
It is. He's on the bicycle, so.
Wait, do I? Yeah. How? I forget. The last I remember Pritam seeing Luke was him being stopped by.
He was at the party.
He was at the
party. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, cool. And he had like flowers in the flower cart and.
Yeah, and he was pedaling back, and Oscar and I passed him.
Drove past him.
Okay.
We were driving.
Okay.
He was checking. Takes a while to bike back into the town, and yeah.
Marie, we are going to go dark for a few weeks. You will probably not see us. It is important that Luke lies low.
All right. And
there's some things happening in the city. Our cell may be compromised. If this is the case, we may have to take some extreme measures, but it may also be that they are on the hunt. I worry about the Duke and his operations. You and Luke need to be extremely careful.
All right. Of course. There'll be no construction in the flower shop this time?
Not this time. We've been under construction. We need to open up and look like a flower shop.
Will there be any regular communication? In what way will we be in communication with each other?
In flower deliveries and orders only. Luke can run it back to the hotel, but I'd like for him to minimize his time out. He could be targeted.
All right. Is there something I should do? Do I have to be worried?
You should be alert. Currently, we have no knowledge that we are, in fact, compromised, but we will not be seeing any more Falstaff, I'm afraid.
Oh, the British man.
Yes, Well, he died a hero.
You see Pritam kind of hold his hat to his chest and kind of bend down, shake it, and kind of just give a prayer to him.
So things are a bit serious right now, and until we can figure out what is going on, it is best that we limit communication. If they can tie us together. Pritam and I are going to pretend to pay a bill now, and leave the shop and go back to the hotel. We'll order flowers if we need to contact you.
All right. So I will wait for you to contact us rather than the other way around.
If something happens, you can call and tell us that the order is ready. Or Luke can always drop off an order of flowers to the room.
All right. All right. I don't mean to be difficult, but sometimes we need support here in the shop with resources. There's so much paperwork and...
In 2 days' time, have Luke deliver a set of dandelions to the hotel. My favorite. We'll make it a regular thing. I'll make sure to tip him a little extra and send some money back for the flower shop.
And you can tell she's worried about all of this, but she sort of nods and goes back. She goes out to sort of set up a bill to be paid.
I look at Pritam and I say, do you understand?
Well, should I take some time before I make it back to the hotel?
I was thinking maybe you could walk me back. It makes sense. We left the party together, delivered your sister.
Fair enough. I already talked to her and told her to leave at the earliest time possible. It's not safe for her here.
It's true.
Sure, she can make up some political or royal decree reason for her needing to leave.
Right. Well,
Shall we?
we shall. I let the pooch stay behind
In the
for
shop.
Marie, right? In the shop, it's a safety thing, right?
Mhm.
So I'll probably be back to get her if I need to do a broadcast, but until then, she can stay with Marie. It's a a safer, I think, that way. So she has just a little something.
Before you leave, Millie looks at you.
I like scrooch her. I scrooch her and I boop her nose and I'm like, I'll be back. I promise. We have a broadcast to do soon, but until then, I need you to make sure she stays safe, okay? And no biting Nazis. Okay. Regina, what? Maybe I brought something from the party, like a I don't know, something very like a sausage or something, and I like unfurl it and hand it over to Millie. I will be back because I'm gonna need some support here when I go to make this broadcast. But until then, boop boop doo. That's it. I grab Preetam. I'm like, I close everything down. I re-hide the hatch like under the rug or whatever we have in this back room, and pay the bill, leaving some extra money, like whatever Regina has on her, she dumps on the counter to make sure the shop has a little extra. And then Preetam and I will leave, and I will flip the sign back around to open.
All right. I suppose I offer her my hand.
Yeah.
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 And then we kind of start walking.
Politely, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we make our way back. We don't really have a car, but we can we'll make our way back. I guess we're gonna have to do it on foot.
I think the entire time, I think at this point, Preetam is trying to not look it, but being as observant as possible, looking for anything out of place, any other signs.
Quick
possibly
discover action, maybe. Can I help with that? I'll give the help action. Maybe as we walk, we're just trying to see if we're being tailed or watched or.
That would be awareness.
Okay. Awareness. I am so glad I upped that. How would I have how does the help action?
+1.
+1.
Just a +1. Okay. Come on, baby. Hey, there you go. That's
Good
what
is
I
enough
needed.
for one question.
Do we notice anyone being suspicious? Like Regina said, anybody that looks like they're tailing us or unnecessarily like their eyes lingering on us in any way. Especially as someone who is SOE trained, these are some of the things I would assume that I would pick up on.
So I will note for the time when they certainly last time you saw him was 3 days ago. He certainly could have been captured 3 days ago and then killed. Like it's within 3 days. That's yeah. If he left, if he last saw you on Sunday, it is now Wednesday night. He very easily could have been captured on Monday, or even Sunday night, and then tortured for the last couple of days, and then killed this morning. So you're giving like a kind of a look to sort of see about suspiciousness in the space around you. This is what you notice, sort of thinking about the streets and what you can see. There is heightened security on the streets. There are more patrols than normal. And there is a general on-edgeness around the city. You can see a number of the French police walking around. You get a sense that security is heightened, which basically is, I'm going to just put this out for you. There is an aspect on the table which is called heightened security. Just so you know. and that aspect has currently has 2 free invokes on it for security purposes out there. So you can tell that there is heightened security. They are up to something, but it does not feel as if you are specifically being watched or that your shop is being watched. Your shop is in a really good spot to be observed or observe, and that means people are always looking at your shop. Your shop is very visible. It's right on a corner in a really important part of town, so it is not like your shop is out of the way. So people are always looking at your shop. It is.
But we're not like under surveillance.
It does not
Okay.
feel as if you're under
Okay.
surveillance.
Okay.
At
Okay,
this
good.
moment, it does not feel like that to you at this moment, no. But it does feel as if the city as a whole, the city as a whole, there is sort of a heightened surveillance on the city as a whole.
Okay. That's
Yes.
it. That's I would
Yeah.
like to go back to the hotel because I think that's where
Yeah.
we're gonna all end up meeting. So.
Oscar, you dropped off our dear good Frieda. Did you go in there with her, or did you go off to one of the dead drops?
He probably would have gone off to one of the dead drops.
Okay, you are currently not present. Pritam and Frieda, you were instructed to go over to Pritam and Regina. You were instructed to go to Frieda's room to meet her at her apartment, which is in your hotel, the Majestic.
Right. Okay.
There's no problem
Great.
getting in. I mean, of course, everybody looks at you all and like checks your paperwork when you come in, but they don't give you too much trouble because they know you. And when you head up to her suite, I would like to ask Frieda, would you describe what your suite looks like?
Oh gosh, I hadn't thought
Yes,
about that
this
much.
is your place. I need to know. What do they see when they come
Yeah.
into your place, which you've only been in for a couple of days?
Yes, it's only been a couple days, so I imagine it's not much different than it would have looked like before.
Well,
You
this
know,
is the first time you had your own
so-
space because you've been staying with them the whole time.
Yes, this is. Well, I mean, like, I assume because it's a hotel, all the rooms kind of look similar to a certain extent.
Yes.
So it probably looks very similar to when Regina first got her hotel room.
Yeah.
It's like the standard furniture, standard appliance. There's not a lot of personal touches yet.
Yeah.
Maybe she brought a couple. There's definitely, however, a very nice record player in like the living room area, and a bunch of records. There's a bunch of records. That is one thing she would have brought from home is music. And also, because let's see, she's only been here for a few days. Almost a week now. Almost a week. There's probably, in addition to the records, the record player, several suitcases that she just hasn't unpacked yet from when she was coming from Berlin, you know. And also probably a couple of little things like some knitting in progress of like baby stuff. So some early signs of nesting, basically.
And she opens the door for you, I assume.
Oh yes. No, I make them wait. No. Opens the door. Ah, good, you're here. Welcome.
Yeah.
Please come in.
Are you all right? I haven't had the chance to check up on you in a while.
Yes, it's been
Few
close
hours.
this door. Yes, please come in. And she'll be like, oh yes, it's been since well, before my husband died. A few
Right.
months.
Okay.
Please have a seat. Can I get you anything? Tea?
No, I'm done with the casualties.
Yes.
Okay.
The party went off with flying colors.
Oscar's not there, by the way.
Did we
Mhm.
learn anything?
Please have a seat. And Frieda will sit down. Like,
Regina breaks out of smoke because nobody here cares.
no. So, I learned at the party is that Nicoletta knows a whole lot more than I thought she did.
What do you mean?
She's a problem. She very plainly, straight up front, specifically told me that there was a few things she wanted, or that our lives would get more difficult because we're spies
She knows.
or resistance.
Yes, of course she does. So does Jaeger.
Did Frieda already know this? I forget.
Frieda didn't know either, so it's okay.
Yeah, Regina's like, okay, yes.
She wants Dr. Pritam here to get her a baby. She wants Oscar to fight with Jaeger, I believe. And then she wants you to be madly in love with her, Regina. Like sex, everything's works.
It's not that good anyways.
She seemed that it was she believed that these requests were not unreasonable. However, I would disagree. And she also informed me that her husband, Herr Jaeger, he has custody, he's torturing Falstaff and 2 other resistance members.
I pull out the piece of paper from my pocket and I hand it over.
Well, she said she was torturing, not had tortured and finished with. So either her information was outdated or the information is this conflicting, not correct. I asked Oscar to check the dead drop to see if Falstaff had left anything.
Not a bad idea. I had thought the same thing, maybe.
Unless it's a trap. Unless he gave up the location of the dead drop and they're just waiting to catch him.
And in which case she believes Oscar can handle it. Frieda has faith in Oscar. She's like, look, if someone's gonna go check out the thing and there's gonna be people with guns, Oscar's the person we want there, not me. So that's what her thinking was. Before we jump to any hasty actions, I say we wait and hear back to see if there's anything else.
The dead drop is the library?
Well, there are a couple of different sorts of dead drops. There's the regular dead drop where you would send messages, and then there's the emergency dead drop.
Which is the one that Frieda would have.
Where?
Well, you should have an emergency dead drop, and there's another one. And emergency dead drops are ones that they're usually something along the lines of, like, I would imagine you have one that is connected to the flower shop. You would have to tell me what it looks like, but the emergency dead drop for the flower shop would be something like, it is something that is visual. That if somebody looks at your flower shop and they see it, they know there's a problem, right? So it is a thing that they do not have to approach. They don't actually have to go there in case, but like it could be something like there's a flower pot that's in front of the flower shop.
I know.
If it's
a brick
down.
flower shop, right?
Yeah.
It's brick. What if one of the bricks is like removed and it's a different color?
Yes, right.
It's like slotted.
Yeah, right. And so these emergency dead drops are things where it's a thing that it's basically a flag, right? And it is a flag that if that flag is tripped, that means there's a message there. But otherwise,
well, I mean, we were just at the flower shop. Would we have noticed that?
it would be yours. You would do that if there's a problem.
Oh, we would
Yes.
put it out.
Yes.
So we got to check Falstaff's emergency
I
drop.
see.
Because if he is captured,
Yeah.
he probably didn't have enough time to put anything out there.
Yeah.
Right.
So the thing is with this one. So for example, if there were a big problem in your shop and you flip that brick, that means that when Falstaff was going to come to meet you on a Sunday, if he sees that brick, he
He just keeps walking.
He will just keep walking, and he'll probably go to like a place where he figures you would have left a message. Right? It's one of these like sort of
Great. Okay. Perfect.
and like there is a location, right? He's like, hey, if you need to get a hold of me an emergency, right? Or I'm letting like, or if you come to your flower shop and that brick has been tossed, then you know that Falstaff is like, Falstaff let us know there's a big problem. And there's
so
and he's got a drop,
yeah,
and he's got an emergency drop. And you do not know where he lives, though, but you know wherever he lives is probably within visual distance, or he's able to sort of see this regularly. That there's like a small like a pub, and that pub has got like a sign, right, with letters that are hammered on, like little brass letters that are hammered on, and he says like if you turn the 6 into a 9. Right, or if you come by and you see that the 6 is a 9, either way, then you know.
Right, bad news bears.
Yeah, but this is a thing that allows you to get information without actually making contact. right? It's like a don't come here, go somewhere else.
Mhm.
There is a big problem. Or if he looks out his window and sees the 6 and the 9, he's like, oh, I need to contact that cell immediately. He probably has emergency dead drops for every single cell. So that, for example, if he sees, oh, that 6 is a 9, okay, that's the Roses of Paris, I need to find them. Oh, okay, that one is right. So there's a way in which he can, he has one for each one, and each person would have one for him, right? So that as a way to sort of signal, do not enter this building, this is a problem, right? But that's different from your regular.
So Oscar's going to check Falstaff's signal.
Because, and here's the thing, with your regular dead drop, you probably only check that once a week, so it's not particularly safe to like actually go in.
Right,
and do all that. But the emergency, people should be checking that every day, right? And as yours is like a brick that will be like, hey.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Regina says, I didn't realize how dire it was, or I would have left our signal out as well. Maybe Oscar will remember to do that as well.
But your place is safe, right? At the moment, it's not like if somebody walks into your flower shop, it's not like
if we wanted him to contact us, we would flip his sign if it's not already
but
flipped.
but Regina's planning on not being there for a while. So like, anyways, okay, yes.
Frieda says we shouldn't do anything until we get information from the dead drop. I mean,
agreed.
Whether we are at the flower shop or not, I mean, that depends on the results of this expedition.
I think either way, we should lie low for a while. Nicolette has put quite a lot together, and she was singling out Luke. Luke works at that flower shop. His mother works at that flower shop.
Yes. No, we need to. Nicoletta needs to be handled. I don't care if this means placating her and you acting madly in love, or if this means we take her out. But Nicoletta is too volatile. She is at the end of her rope. I do not think she would have approached me so blasé if she was not.
She is definitely a little on edge. My fear is that we can't just make the head of SS's wife simply disappear.
But no, she wouldn't just disappear. She'd get killed, possibly in an accident. I mean, I have ideas.
I think Freedom's just kind of staring at either of you scared. Like, not scared, but just like concerned. Like,
I have been thinking about it as well. Whatever happens, it must look like an accident, and we cannot be involved in any way.
Well, if it is not accidental looking, then it needs to look like. But we need to get someone who says it is not a very hot lead. Because someone will need to handle Jaeger after Nicoletta's gone.
Oh, good luck.
Because she's handling him right now, I get the feeling.
I'd like to take some time to think.
Certainly. Did you know any of this?
What?
You didn't seem particularly surprised when I said some of the things. I mean,
in regards to them knowing that we are definitely, I mean, Oscar is not actually my husband. They went to school with us and knew us from Berlin, so we had to suspect that they weren't complete idiots.
These things would have been good to know.
Well, it didn't seem relevant at the time, and there was no reason to scare you because it didn't really matter. They're trying
It doesn't scare me. I think certain conversation choices can be made differently if one knows things in advance.
Understandable. Nicoletta and the fact that they know currently is not a problem. Well, it's becoming a problem.
It's going to be a problem very soon if we don't
holding
do anything
a
about
lot
it.
of cards. I agree with you, but right now they can't play them because they haven't gotten what they want from us. If they wanted us dead because we were resistance and they knew, or we were hiding something, they would have dealt with it a lot sooner. They haven't gotten what they want, and I haven't quite figured out what it is. Nicoletta's
a baby, Oscar to kill lies, and if they're not going, if it doesn't look like she's going to get what she wants, she's just going to turn us all in.
But that's not all of the situation, right?
Please elaborate.
She's only 50%. The two of them work in tandem together. They're plotting together. It's why they're.
It's going to be harder to take out Jaeger, though. So someone needs to handle Jaeger after that.
Jaeger is going to take himself out. He's a ticking time bomb. He is one step away.
Does he know everything Nicoletta knows?
Choice. Yes. The difference is, I'm not exactly sure he knows that she's been faking it or that she killed a woman.
I'm sorry, she did what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did Oscar not tell you? I guess not.
Isolde? Just guessing based on what happened?
Oh, he did tell you.
No, I'm just putting puzzle pieces together. People don't seem to like to tell me things.
Well, there's been
I don't think we've had the chance yet. It's been one thing after the other, and we haven't had really a chance to really have a debrief.
Nicoletta is
We all
more
met on
desperate-
Sunday. She just looks at Preach. I'm like, people are gonna tell me things.
Nicoletta is more desperate than you know. She is trying to incite some level of violence in Oscar to take it out on Jaeger. She wants Jaeger gone. I have a few thoughts.
So, point of order. The third thing, she wanted three things. She wanted a baby, a good Aryan baby.
Yes.
She wanted Regina, and not fake Regina. She wanted Regina to be in love with her, which I feel like a very reasonable thing to just demand. You can just demand that somebody fall in love
Demand
with you,
someone's love,
right?
yes.
And that works. And then she wanted protection. That was the third thing she wanted. She didn't want Oscar to take out Jaeger. She
Did
wanted
she say protection from what?
from Jaeger in case things got bad.
Yeah, which Frieda interprets as she wants them to fight because she knows how kind of both of them are from rumors, and she's like, they're gonna fight. That's not
Okay.
protection.
I say we give her everything she wants.
Where am I going to produce a baby?
Wait, wait,
A
wait.
good Aryan baby, she requested.
Wait. I imagine that she is not very interested in German politics. Her interest lies in social aspects of it. And she seems to want out with her husband almost entirely. What if we give her an out? One that offers her protection and a baby on the other end.
I'm listening to ideas.
She already knows we're resistance. She knows our biggest secret. So we don't have to tell her that. She knows that we come equipped with resources and somebody with a safe haven on the other side of the pond.
Right.
So knowing this, what if we set up for the SOE to get her out? Promise her a baby and safe passage and out of Jaeger's abusive grasp.
I don't know if she'll bite.
But that still leaves out the fact that she doesn't have you.
Yeah, she likes to play with things too much. She's an emotional manipulator, and
But
she's built up a
when
lot
she
of emotional
turns to
manipulation.
the other side and joins the cause, offering up information to the SOE, what better way to make me fall truly in love with her? I only
You
have
think
to
this
make
is an
her
angle that
believe-
could work? I'm skeptical, but
I believe it is an angle that gives her everything that she wants.
she doesn't care about the politics.
She knows the darkest secrets of the head of the SS. That is valuable information that not even MI6 can squeeze out of this country. So knowing that, if we get her to spill the beans for the protection she so desperately desires and the child that she so desperately wants in her arms, all of which I imagine the SOE could come up with in a single night.
It's putting a lot at risk. I mean, this is the type of woman that I feel is never going to be satisfied. And once we give in, she's going to find more and more things that she can squeeze us out for.
Not
What
if she's
guarantee do
not
we have
here.
that she won't do more like this?
Look, if she's in the SOE's grasp back in England, she's not our problem anymore. She's theirs.
Well, how are we going to pull it off?
By being more manipulative than she is. I mean, the other option is to fake an accident, kill her somehow. I've recently met a race car driver that seems a bit volatile. That could be a good firework to set off.
That could be, yeah. I suppose if she doesn't fall for this, the resistance hook, we go with race car accident,
I mean,
something.
it would be very easy to, I'm sure, woo this race car driver into believing that Nicoletta is a problem and is causing me problems. It won't be the first time that she's killed a man.
Not that I'm one to suggest murder, but
Isn't her husband a serial killer? Can we convince him to off her somehow?
I doubt it. They seem rather what's the word I'm looking for? Codependent.
Mm.
Oh yes, a manipulator and a murderer. How
Now, if we want
quaint.
to take Jaeger down, we're not going to do it by killing the most important man in the SS. We're going to do it by killing him socially and allowing himself to tear his own way down. Best way to do that? Have your wife defect to the other side, die tragically in a lesbian car accident.
Sorry.
These are the things that tear a man like Jaeger down.
Would be like taking down two birds with one stone, I suppose. But once again, the question now becomes: are we? I suppose what we could then do is, rather than having the baby and showing it, convince her that the child is on the other side and have her
There's so many
go to
orphans
it.
in England. Yeah.
Precisely. All of them need homes. There'll be a baby waiting for her on the other end when she gets there, but only if she supports the SOE. Give the woman what she wants.
But I can't imagine a child thriving in such a household, or at
Oh,
least under
no.
her care.
Definitely not.
Then the SOE takes her as a prisoner and we squeeze all the information we can out of her and they can deal with her on the other side. I want to get her out of our hair. If we kill her, we are attached to her murder and they are very close to snuffing us out.
That's
we
very
need to be
fair.
so far away from her death that nobody can pin it on any of us.
Fair
All
enough.
right, then you should speak with her soon, then.
So, do we want messy headlines of a race car accident, or would we prefer, say,
I say we keep the race car accident as like a backup in case the SOE doesn't work.
I will need to play this right, and it's going to take some time. We should lie low in terms of our other identities. We need to avoid the flower shop and the bunker at all costs for at least the next 2 weeks until we can suss out what is going on. I've warned Marie and Luke. They are only to communicate with us via the lines of the flower shop.
I feel like I could use perhaps the radio station to direct their ire and their suspicions elsewhere. Perhaps I feel like that could assist us in at least pushing the suspicions off of us.
Yes,
So
it
who do you
wouldn't be
throw
a
under
bad
the bus
idea.
instead?
And I have a few people to follow up with. We have gained a potential ally, somebody that might be interested. I'm going to have a few breakfasts under my belt between
Fair.
our dear French socialites and I can't remember the woman's name. She told me Countess Marie, the woman Lizette introduced me to.
Is that the one I did the haircut on?
No.
Mm.
No.
I'm sure I'm having brunch with her as well.
She
her
definitely
missus,
wanted me
so
there for that.
I have a
so.
lot of social endeavors happening over the next 2 weeks, so I will be Regina Leixner to my fullest, and I apologize in advance.
No worries. Well, actually, now that I think about it, once or if and when we enact this plan of getting Nicoletta out of our hair, maybe that's when I could use the radio station and focus on her, about her, and talk about how a prominent member's own spouse defected.
When it is
If
all
she
said
takes the
and done-
bait, I'm not sure that's what
Yes.
she wants.
Well,
Well,
there's only one way
after
to
she's
find
gone.
out. I will speak with Nicoletta. I'm sure she and I are due for a little one-on-one.
Well, don't get too close.
We need to keep our ear to the ground. We need to be talking to anyone and everyone and gaining as much information as possible from this side of the line. The next 2 weeks are entirely driven by information. No major actions, no explosions, no guns. Lie low. Keep your cover. Stay strong.
I'll see what I can do with my connections that I've made. Well, if nothing else, actually, before I go, and he goes to Frieda and he goes, "Do you mind if I do a quick checkup? How are you
Oh,
feeling?
please. a checkup. I mean, we should all wait till Oscar gets here, anyways. But
That's true.
Where is Oscar?
checking the dead drop.
Yeah. Biddly biddly boo.
Trooper, they're saying you are muted, buddy.
Oh.
I am muted. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, across town, I have two different mute buttons. There's a whole thing. It's my camera. So that makes no sense to anyone but me, but I know what I'm talking about. Anyway, across town, Oscar, you're heading towards the emergency dead drop. The emergency dead drop is a special kind of dead drop. It's basically just a flag that you don't need. It's a visual that you can walk down the street, you can have a look, and if you see it, you know that there's something going on and you should check somewhere else. If you don't see it, you just move on, right? It's a way for you to signal if there's a problem, or someone can signal to you that there's a problem without you having to make contact with somebody there in that space. Also a way to sort of warn you off of something, right? So there is a flag that you can check, right? That if you, it's a way to for people to sort of signal that maybe there is a problem. And there's like, it's like a two-way street. Like there's one on your end and one on their end. And he could, for example, if he knew that there were a problem, he could go to your flower shop, flip your brick around, and when you come into your flower shop, you can see, oh no, there's a brick problem. We should contact Falstaff immediately. That's if he has time to get to your place. You could do the same thing for the emergency flag by his place. On the other hand, if he needs to get out of his place very quickly, he can flip the signal on his place. And if you stop by his place, you can see, oh, there's a problem at his place. So it's one of those things. It's a two flag. It's like if the flag is flipped on either your place or his place, you know there's a problem, and check a special drop spot. And ideally, you check your spot every day, right? And he would check his spot every day. You probably would not be checking his spot unless there is some kind of concern and you stop by his. Your flag at your flower shop has not been triggered, which means either everything is fine, or he was captured before he could trigger it, which means you might want to check his flag. And you don't, again, he has kept where he lives secret. He did actually, where he lived was, it's interesting, back in season 1 before you were here, where he was hiding out was compromised. The location where he was staying was compromised by Sylvie, who used her contacts to find out where he was staying and then sent a flaming bag of poo to be sent in front of his door, causing a bit of a fire, which caused everybody to figure out where he was living. So he had to really quickly find another place to stay. So he has another place to stay, which is this place. And so you are heading down, right, this street. You don't exactly know where he stays. And as you are moving down this street, you're heading towards, there's a small pub. And this pub has these brass numbers and letters on this sort of big wooden sign that is not particularly tall off the ground. And there is a number that should be a 6. And you know if the number is flipped to be a 9, you know that's the flag. And as you're walking down the street, the question is this going to be the 6, which means nothing, everything is the same, and maybe he's who knows what, or is it the 9? Oh, people in chat don't know when she did. She did this after the confrontation. One of the first confrontations, he ticked off Sylvie, and so she just had that done in the background because she wanted to mess with him. It happens. And it was, I don't think it was a solo, actually. I think it was at the end of one of the regular episodes. So, yeah, y'all have, over the course of the 5 seasons, done a lot to compromise him and make him easily identifiable and get him in trouble. So as you're walking towards this sign, wondering what you'll see, you can hear the sounds of laughter. You can hear people in this pub sort of laughing and boisterous drinking. The streets themselves are pretty quiet. And as you're moving towards, and you can be on the other side of the street even, as you're walking, you look at the sign for this small pub. It's a pretty nondescript pub. It's not particularly popular or large or well attended. It's in a sort of like a small little neighborhood down one of these sort of slight alleys, but it's got pretty good visibility. A number of the buildings around here can see this sign pretty easily. And as you walk towards this sign, you look. It should be 63. And as you walk towards it, you see it is 93. The flag has been flipped, which means you may want to find your actual dead drop now and not middle of the week as you normally would do later in the week, which is in a church, unless you think it's a trap.
No, he'll go.
There's a small church, and in that church there's a Bible in one of the pews. You know the exact pew, the exact Bible, where it would sit. And as you walk into this church, it is quiet and a little empty. Not much there. A couple of candles being lit. And you can make your way into this church. You can find this Bible. And you can search it for any kind of message. Usually hidden inside the spine, open up the book, the Bible, and like in between. And they usually hear a little small little message. And sure enough, there is a small slip of paper inside the Bible. Written in code. No, in cipher to be more specific.
He would kind of stage whisper, it's in some kinds of code. Wunderbar. And then he turned to leave.
Do you take it with you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. This code, most likely, Regina has the key to it, because she's your radio operator, and she probably has the key to this code. Unless you want to break it.
Unless I want to break it?
Mm-hmm. That would be tradecraft, if you wanted to try to break it yourself. But knowing...
I mean, I don't think I'm breaking anybody's trust if I can just look at it and start figuring it out, right?
You'd have to work on it.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Do you go...
Just straight back. Everyone's at the hotel anyway.
Do you go home?
Mm-hmm.
Because
it's at this point, it's late at night, correct?
It is. You want to get home before curfew.
Mm-hmm.
When you get there, no one's at your place. But if you ask, any of the guards would tell you that they're all having dinner, perhaps, over at Frieda's, which is where they are.
Regina, would you have your little camera with you on your person? Oh, out of
You mean my pin camera?
Or would it be in the apartment?
Oh no, Regina wears that every day.
Okay, would one of your cameras be in the apartment?
Yeah, like the one we would have had at Christmas or whatever. Like, yes, there would be like a camera in the apartment.
Sure. Okay, so he is going to take a picture of one of the pieces of art that they have, in glass. And he is going to put the code reflected in the glass. He's also going to make a copy of the code, which I don't think would be too terribly hard for him. And then he is going to call the SS.
Ooh. Hello?
Yeah, this is Holger Leichner.
Captain Leichner.
I've uncovered something.
What have you uncovered?
There was an incident on the train station. I'm not sure if you have heard, there's a dissident that was dealt with.
Yeah.
Said a boy that was going to be an actor of mine. He came to, he's riding alone, he's young.
I'm sorry, could you please, 1 moment? This should go to the top. I will be transferring you.
Yeah.
1 moment.
Yeah.
I'll transfer you to Yes, Major Jaeger. One moment, please. And you put on hold for a moment. And then there's a beat. It's a little bit longer than you might think. And then you hear, Major Jaeger. I have been told this is Captain Leixner.
It is, Major. How are you?
Well, I'm very well right now. How can I help you?
Well, I have uncovered something. I believe it is of import to the fatherland and security in the area.
Is it? What is it? Please, tell me.
There was a message that was given to the kidnapper. I believe you, I'm sure you're aware of what's happened on the train platform. There's a dissident that was killed. He was kidnapped. A boy that was traveling alone, who was coming to work with the theater, with the production. The boy overheard some things. He didn't understand them, but when he spoke, in his state of shock, he was putting things together kind of haphazardly, and, well, I've uncovered something. I believe it is resistance.
Deception.
Oh, sure. And I am definitely being a good Nazi. That's only good, though.
Okay, well, you resist deception with empathy. Now, Elias has an amazing...
He's so good at empathy.
Yes.
Oh.
Good, it's a tie.
I'm going to spend a fate point to reroll because I'm better than this.
Or you could just spend the face point for a +2.
Right now, rules experts are screaming, just take the +2, but I am going to reroll.
All right.
Because I am an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Oh,
Ooh.
no, you're not.
Okay. You will get a boost for this, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell when he's listening to you, there's a lot going on in his voice at the moment. Not all of which you can tell without actually trying to figure it out. But you did get a sense of skepticism when he heard you being like resistance things. Now it's not too obvious because of course you both have a ruse that you have to keep up with each other, right? But as
yes, and Oscar also knows that this telephone is super monitored.
bugged. Yes, so the whole the telephone is bugged, right? And so there's this kind of weird dance between you two. But as you say this, there's something about him where he sort of just is like, all right. So tell me, with this legendary success of yours, right? All right, what resistance thing do you have?
I saw something that was secreted away in one of the Bibles, in a church of all places.
All right. One moment. And you hear like paper shuffling. All right, so this boy, this one from the train incident, I did hear about it. He overheard something about...
Yeah, he was putting, he was just saying things out of context. I don't even think he was aware of what he was saying. He was he's in shock, and there's just something that clicked. And something now being familiar with Paris, I was able to understand what he was kind of inferring about what this madman had done. And I wanted to pursue it myself before I wasted the time of someone such as yourself.
And there's like a little bit of clock ticking in his brain going on as he pauses on the phone. And you
my friend.
Yes, please.
This is me trying to convince my good buddy that I'm having a change of heart.
Interesting. And he is, you can tell there's a little bit of like skepticism, but intrigue right? He's trying to figure out what your game is, right? He goes, so let me think. You have you went and you investigated this, and you found a resistance piece of paper. Are you going to bring it into the office?
Of course. I will deliver to you myself in the morning.
Interesting. What does it say?
I have no idea. It's in some type of code. I could try to break it if that's what you would wish.
No, it's all right. We have some of the best code breakers here in the Avenue Foch. I think when you drop this off, I will probably be away at some moment, not in the office. So you should drop it off with my personal secretary, and I'll make sure that I get it in the evening.
I would prefer to drop this off to you if that was something I could wait. As long as you know, as I am informing you of what I have found.
Yeah. I am very busy at the moment. I have a lot of meetings and obligations that keep me out and away. It's a bit
Elias.
difficult. Yeah.
I will wait. And can I try to create an advantage?
You can.
I want to create doubt in Elias's mind.
Please roll it.
That is another legendary.
Ooh, my friend, that is legendary. Well. Oh my goodness. I just rolled a 1 average. I am going to use one of my fate points to reroll that, because that was a terrible roll. And I am going to invoke his consequence to enable this reroll, which is he's currently publicly humiliated, and that allows him to,
We have some invokes on that too still, by the way.
1 free invoke on that publicly humiliated. He kind of doesn't want to be seen by you at the moment, because he looks real bad, and it makes him, he makes him a little, he has feelings about that. He feels like it'll be a little embarrassing. So he's gonna make this reroll, because this is gonna, yeah. That will be a doubt with 2 free invokes on Jaeger. And he says, this is important. It would be good for me to see it sooner rather than later, so I will be in the office for you to meet with me tomorrow. I would be interested to see what you have to say.
In the evening?
All right. End of day, so say 4 p.m., if that works. Unless you think this is actionable quickly, in which case perhaps we...
I have no idea, Elias. I'm coming to you, and only you.
I see. Well, comes in around lunchtime.
That's good. Lunchtime. I will leave the set. We are doing editing. I can skip away.
All right. Captain Leixner, I appreciate you coming to me with this.
Major, we must look after one another.
Yeah, indeed. I would be interested to see what you have to say at lunch, and perhaps we can catch up on old times.
Perhaps.
He hangs up the phone, and he sits there at his desk for a moment, wondering, what is he up to? And what might it have to do with, well, that's a thing you don't know, what he ponders.
I just want my, what is it, 2 free invokes of doubt?
Yes, as he ponders. So, do you take the code over to your friends?
Of course.
Because you made what do you give them? The original or the copy? Because I imagine you put it on a scrap of paper, so it probably looks similar.
Well, am I with my friends?
You're in your suite. They're in Frieda's.
I'll wait for Regina to come back. He's not going to go over with the others.
Yeah, I mean, Regina, once it gets dark, is going to go back. Like, there's no need to be in Frieda's place.
In which case, since you two have separated, Frieda...
And Frieda will request Regina to relay all that we talked about to Oscar.
Oh, do not fret. I imagine Oscar and I will have much to speak on.
What, and I have to do the timing just right. What do you two do after Regina leaves?
I mean, I think he would do the checkup.
Checkup.
Yeah,
Can you
just
give
to be
me
sure.
a medicine roll?
Okay, I can. Where's
And-
my page?
Could you roll physique for me, dearest Frieda?
Physique.
Yes,
Oh boy.
please.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm so good at physique. Actually, it's really good for me. I have a +1. It's pretty good.
There is something irregular
Okay.
about when you do the exam.
Can I pinpoint what it is?
With that roll, yes, you can.
Yes, I can.
You are not certain, but you think there's more than one heartbeat.
Well, I mean, as in, I sat there and I kind of double checked.
Everything all right? He's like looking like, ooh.
No, not bad concern. Just like,
Yeah.
Well,
Everything all right?
no, actually. Well, honestly, it really depends. God damn it, Oscar. I mean, unless your baby has 2 hearts, you may be more busy than you thought. There's a chance that this is twins.
I'm glad I'm already sitting down.
I mean, congratulations.
Huh.
I could run further tests if we can go to the clinic and verify, but I'm quite sure that we have two
Ooh.
in the oven.
That is not what I was expecting to hear today.
You're all right.
I'm fine. Explains why I've been so hungry all the time. Just have I told you this is my 8th pregnancy, doctor?
You did she? I feel like in their initial conversation about patient medical history,
Maybe.
hoping
Yeah.
this is covered. That's up to you, though. You can decide. You can tell me now if you wanted this to be kept until now. Would Frieda have kept it from Preetham
Gosh, I
until
don't
now?
remember if we actually did. She had the medical
Did
exam with
Hannah
Hannah.
pass that information along?
Yeah, I don't think
Oh,
she
that
would
could
have
be a
told
question,
it, but
yeah.
if Hannah had passed it, then
Yeah,
he would've.
and then it would
It would be a
like,
Hannah.
in the records if it was
Yeah.
in there then.
This is not her official medical files in Germany, so
So, yes, well, Hannah did. Yes, I saw it in the medical records that Hannah left us.
she checked me out fairly early. I wasn't supposed to have anything probably ever. Now you're telling me there's 2? I'd have
well,
to get doubles of everything.
I mean, miracles do happen. But
Suppose so.
And as you two
I-
ponder that, back in the other suite right next door, two suites down, when you get in, Oscar is there.
Oh, good, you've made it back.
Since this is their prescribed method of like super secret conversation, and again, obviously Dot stop me, but we've done this before. Oscar is going to grab Regina and pull her into the bathroom, turn the shower on, and basically both of them get into it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, Regina will make sure we flip the process of like putting on the record, turning on the shower, like all of the things we do to mitigate. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. And Regina will play along every step of the way.
So when they are in the shower, he will basically get as close to her as possible and whisper directly into her ear, I got the drop from Falstaff. I got the code that was secreted away in the Bible spine. I also told Jaeger that I received it. I want you to give him something that isn't the code.
Regina says nothing, but like nods, and will simply reply, it is confirmed Falstaff is officially dead. His name was on a list today alongside what I believe to be a few other agents. I don't think we're compromised, but we're very close.
Assumes that he is dead. Publicly displaying information is not usually the Gestapo way. Not when they're fishing.
I am afraid they're trying to...
Oh, they do this all the time, by the way. The official government just puts a list of people they assess because they just do all of these. Executions all the time, and they just put
Agreed,
lists.
but they don't technically kill everybody. They keep people from looking for certain people. I know for whenever they would list these people off, there might be one or two on a list that they are still very much alive and they're still gaining information from. They just want to stop people from looking for them and stop people from, So while it's very possible Falstaff is dead because he wouldn't talk in all likelihood, there's a ballpark chance that the guy, I'm sure in no shape to unfortunately be anybody anymore, but he might be alive.
All right. I will help you with Jaeger and planting a false code. I need to decipher the one you have first.
Yeah.
But I'm going to need your help with Nicoletta.
I have an idea. It's funny that you bring her up. And his lips are right by her ear.
Is it odd that we're standing here like this talking about Nicoletta?
Is it odd for you?
Surprisingly not.
I mean, are they? I mean, Oscar would probably not have anything on.
It's either one of two ways. They're either properly naked or like in skivvies, we'll call it, or else they're standing there fully clothed in the shower.
No,
either
Oscar
way,
is theater. He is totally nude.
I imagine then Regina is as well, and we stand there like very, very close in this moment talking about Nicoletta. Regina's like, okay.
It's like a naked board meeting.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
Exactly. Yeah, and Regina goes, okay. Please tell me you have a plan to kill her.
Well, we do have a bit of information. We could always say that Falstaff is compromised and that the person that he was going to get out is also compromised. You could hint that it is your Nicoletta.
I had a thought of offering her some fulfillment of the things that she so desperately wishes for.
She deserves nothing.
I understand that. But she is a problem. More problem, I believe, than Jaeger is at this point.
Sometimes the only ways that you can finish a problem is to offer its only one thing. Oblivion.
Yes, look, we can kill her if we want to. But first, we're going to have to trick her a little bit. She has more information than anybody at our fingertips. Say we offer her what she wants. A child, a way out, away from Jaeger. Send her to London under the protection of the SOE. Bait and switch the delivery. That way, if she gives us up, they'll be in the wrong place, the wrong time. And worst case scenario, we black bag her and kill her on the spot.
Oscar switches ears. Nicoletta is in love with one thing, Nicoletta. And a close second, I think, might be power. If you cannot offer her that, then you offer her nothing. So, any type of negotiation that you enter into with her is doomed to fail unless it is, it's not a negotiation, it's a ransom letter.
Then our time in these covers is going to be very short, because she has a very specific list of the things that she wants.
What is she going to do, Regina? Is she going to expose us?
This is a question I've asked myself. Her and Jaeger seem to be holding this card, they believe a trump card, over all of us, our secret identities. But
do you know how many pictures we have taken with them? How many times we have eaten at the table? They are going to come forward now and say, oh, we've known them forever. They are not who they say they are, their resistance. The love of Nicoletta and the love of the power. She damns herself.
I feel Jaeger's in the same boat, so what do we do? I have a backup plan, which is a little bit more socially awkward.
I have a knife that likes to cut, and its name is Elias.
You want to turn him on her?
I don't think it's going to be very hard.
I think it's going to be harder than you think. They are on each other's side.
I think that they are. I don't believe that they have anyone else to be on a team with. So they are finding themselves teammates of circumstance.
Say we take away his crutch. His partner, the only person on his team. He becomes desperate, falls apart, easier prey.
We don't need that with Elias. I would like to give him another crutch.
You.
Well, Hogar.
What happened to Holgar being sick?
What better way to fulfill a dying friend's wish than to support him?
So what? We push Nicoletta out, she becomes even more desperate for power. I like the idea of getting close to Jaeger. I have for a while. I know we had talked about keeping our distance, but it seems that he is a bit, easier to play than Nicoletta is.
He is desperate and ashamed. He is losing his city.
What are you going to do to offer it back to him? At some point, he will realize you're feeding him false information.
I will feed him what he needs, and that is support. I'm not a resistance member. I cannot give him constant information from the underground, but I can give him support, which he has been without. He is not unwise, but he is also a bit desperate, as you have mentioned. Nicoletta, however, well, what's the old saying? She's got to go.
I agree, but I'll tell you what I told Frieda when she said those exact words to me. The wife of the head of the SS simply can't disappear. And we need to be as far away from her when she does. Or else we are in the trap. We are far too connected, if you know what I mean. If you're going to be his crutch, you need to wait until he's without one, not replace it. More importantly...
this
She can.
moment, with the code still undecrypted, the cipher still undecrypted, we are going to go to break. And at this moment, as this one pair stands naked in the shower with the radio playing, pondering for this moment, who is the bigger threat and what their situations might be. And in the other suite, a few doors down, Frieda learns that she may be having twins. And that is a bit of a news. And across town, some other things are happening. But that we will find out when we come back after our break. My friends, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And I would like you to hydrate, and I would like you to stretch, and I would like to read out. We have one donation from Rissa, who is our mod and who's also amazing, who donated $20 and says, "For all the pain and suffering Trooper puts our lovely cast through, someone's got to pay for all that therapy." I'm sure they appreciate the therapy. Thank you. And when we get back, there are going to be some rolls made. Yeah, there'll be some rolls made. Please enjoy. We are done with our radio play, You Can't Do Business with Hitler, so please enjoy some news from April the 20th, 1942. We'll see you in 10 minutes, everybody.
News while it is news. Your friendly mobile gas and mobile oil dealer brings you latest news and a suggestion to help make your car last longer. The Mobile Gas News Service is on the air. Big 9-inch guns have been pounding the Japanese tom-tom beat of hate on Corregidor tonight, and the Army communique leaves little doubt that the enemy is making a final effort to subdue that gallant fortress of democracy. These guns are mounted on the heights of Bataan, overlooking the Rocky Isle, and the Army admits that in a dawn-to-dusk bombardment, some casualties and damage resulted. Tokyo reports in a propaganda radiogram dated Tuesday, which it now is in Tokyo, that Jap troops have completed mopping up the defenders of the island of Sumatra. 5 flights of Japanese bombers, according to Chongqing, have raided airdromes in China's Kiangsai province, evidently hunting for the American planes that bombed Tokyo on Saturday. However, the news from the Orient is not all negative. Chinese armies have plodded doggedly over the scorched earth of the devastated oil fields in Burma to an important victory. Chongqing says they have retaken the key town of Yinanyaon and freed several thousand British troops trapped there. Another Chinese column is counterattacking the Japs fiercely on the Setang front. On Burma sectors, a slow retreat by the United Nations is being maintained. From Australia comes reassuring news. General MacArthur and Australian Prime Minister Curtin have agreed Allied striking power must be concentrated for offensive action. This is interpreted as meaning just one thing: an Allied drive to take the initiative from Japan. Tokyo, by the way, seems jittery and confused over the first direct blow struck by Allied air power at her homeland. From a mass of Nipponese rumors, little that is clear can be gained. But diplomatic reports to Chile established that there was a sizable raid. Ample excuse for the Japs to be hopping around like the proverbial hen on the hot griddle. Japan charges that the invading planes flew off toward China. Washington has nothing to say. The answer for the time being is, could be. The Jap radio, in one spurt of bland reassurance, declared the damage done was negligible, and a little later told of a cabinet meeting to discuss damage and remedial measures. The propaganda spider tangled in its own web, so to speak, and well tangled, too. Japan has ordered a sensational shakeup in the important Military Affairs Bureau, sending Major General Sato to an unrevealed post at the front. His immediate subordinate steps into his shoes. The Tokyo press calls the move one toward reconstructing the military administration. But the post has nothing to do with strategy or military operations. Major General Sato is perhaps going to the front for a military lesson. The war in Europe and Africa centers about future possibilities. Although by way of timely interest, Hitler's 53rd birthday was duly observed, insofar as the British RAF could beat a bad weather handicap. They managed a neat bombardment in the Cherbourg area. Centering the picture of future developments is the French fleet, built to fight Germans, but perhaps doomed to be taken over by them. Pierre Laval, newly installed head at Vichy, has announced he intends active collaboration with Germany, and Admiral Darlan, defense chief, will issue his first order of the day tomorrow. The atmosphere in France is one of suspense tonight. 30 French hostages were executed at Rouen in reprisal for the recent bombing of a German troop train. A fascist party leader narrowly escaped being bombed to death in Paris last night. How French Navy men would regard serving under German command is still problematical. Meantime, Hitler spent his birthday on the Russian front in the midst of bad news. He received no presents by his own request. Marshal Timoshenko, Red Leader, is getting together a big army of recruits, freshly equipped with American planes to halt the belated Nazi drive. Russian figures on recent battles offer Hitler the following to ponder. 6 German vessels sunk in northern waters recently, 1,500 Germans killed on the Central Front in 2 days, 31 German planes shot down Sunday with only 13 Soviet planes lost, 1,500 German planes all told destroyed during March and the first 2 weeks of April. 2 qualities in sports make champions: applied power and teamwork, between fielders on double plays, between runner and interference for touchdowns, between pivot man and forward for baskets. True in sports and true in your car's engine, too. For it's the perfect teamwork between Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil that has made them America's favorite gasoline and motor oil team. It's the great teamwork of these 2 products that gives you flying horsepower. To begin with, they're both fast. Mobil Gas starts fast and gives you fast acceleration when you want it. Mobil Oil flows fast, is designed to slide in between engine parts before wear can get started. And both of them have plenty of staying power, too. Mobil Gas is packed with power for long, thrifty mileage. Mobil Oil stands up under terrific punishment and keeps on lubricating, fighting friction and wear. That's why, for flying horsepower, it's best to get both Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil at your next sign of the Flying Red Horse. News from the nation's capital. Uncle Sam's coattails were whipping in the breeze today as he went after American industry again to keep it in line with the aims of victory. 3 plants of the Brewster Aeronautical Corporation on Long Island were taken over by the Navy because, according to the government, they weren't turning out enough dive bombers and fighter planes, and the administration was dissatisfied with their management. The Navy will relinquish control to private management again when Uncle Sam is satisfied the job is going to be done as the times demand. 2 of the nation's biggest steelmakers came under the eagle eye of the Justice Department at the same time. Suits were filed against the Jones & Laughlin and the Carnegie Illinois Steel Corporation on charges they were delivering low-rated orders, or orders with no rating at all, quote, to the delay of orders with high preference ratings. The companies deny the charges. Proper use of the nation's manpower is another sizable item in the war program on which Chairman McNutt of the new War Manpower Commission outlined his policy today. He will try to get manpower spread around properly as needed under a volunteer system, but he hinted he will ask for drastic measures to line up the labor supply if the voluntary measures should fail. The commissioner lashed out at labor pirates who were robbing various plants of skilled workers without regard to the essential nature of the work they now have. He cited the example of an aircraft manufacturer hiring away workers from a firm making wings for his own planes, thus tripping over his own shoelaces. Looking toward the wage, tax, and profit situation, President Roosevelt will present his views in a special message to Congress within a week, then to the nation in a fireside chat. Meantime, no congressional action on pending labor regulation will be taken. It is probable that both messages will indicate the administration's plans for halting inflation, which Mr. Roosevelt has been pondering for some weeks. A freezing of all commodity prices, virtual elimination of installment buying, and the voluntary bond purchase plan are expected to emerge as concrete parts of the plans. Some control over wages and profits is also anticipated. It is said the President, on the advice of Congress, will not seek new taxes beyond the pending $7.5 billion revenue bill. There is no official revelation yet as to what information Army Chief of Staff General Marshall and Lend-Lease Coordinator Harry Hopkins brought back from overseas. They conferred with the President for more than 2 hours today. A beginning has been made towards financial security for servicemen with dependents. A bill introduced by Senator Johnson of Colorado and claiming the approval of the War Department would give a soldier's, Marine's, or sailor's wife $20 monthly with $10 for each child. Smaller benefits would be allowed for parents and other dependent relatives. To help meet the cost, deductions would be made from the pay of the 4 highest grades of enlisted men, but none would be taken from Army privates, first-class privates and corporals, or similar grades in other services. From the Navy comes word that its great flying ace, Lieutenant Edward H. O'Hare, may get the Congressional Medal of Honor tomorrow from the President. This for his heroism in shooting down 6 Jap planes in a single dogfight. O'Hare and his buddies knocked down 17 of 18 enemy planes. Blame has been placed by a naval inquiry on the Robbins Dry Dock and Repair Company of New York for gross carelessness and a lack of common sense as responsible for the burning of the French liner Normandy. Suit against the firm was recommended. Also, Father Coughlin's magazine, Social Justice, remains unmailable. The Postmaster General barred it tonight for utterances branded as seditious. Coughlin's parents, to whom he transferred nominal ownership in 1940, have been subpoenaed to appear before a special grand jury investigating Axis propaganda. And now, news of the nation at large, mostly from Chicago. The Republican National Committee, in session at the Hotel LaSalle in Chicago, has placed the Grand Ole Party on record as favoring world cooperation after the war. Supporters of Wendell L. Willkie, 1940 presidential candidate and titular party leader, consider the Policy Committee's decision as a victory for Willkie's anti-isolationist beliefs. He telephoned a statement from New York to the meeting in which he declared that by adopting the stand for world cooperation, the committee had adopted principles necessary to survival of the Republican Party and of the nation itself. Senators Taft of Ohio and Brooks of Illinois, both pre-war isolationists, had attempted to get a resolution through endorsing the war effort, but non-committal as to post-war policy. GOP publicity chief Clarence Buddington Kelland, nationally known author, called the final resolution a compromise. But Willkie's followers claim he has strengthened his leadership and gained more than he asked for in the change of policy.
Hi, everyone. We're back. I hope you all are having a lovely time. I know that this scary music is still on right now. It's because it is now that time. We're going to have you, please, if you don't mind, roll mobility from your faction.
Oh, which faction?
Did we take our breakthrough yet?
The faction did not do anything other than I know that at one point we took a extra fate ship, but I don't remember.
But we didn't
never did.
take our breakthrough from the last episode.
You-
Mm-mm.
You
We
should.
might want to do that
You have
before
a
we
level
roll
up.
for anything.
Mm-hmm. Also, Lindy, prepare.
Mm.
Oh, okay. Do mine get a
Um,
level up too?
All the faction do. 'Cause it's
All
a
the
breakthrough
factions
friends
do.
game.
Wonderful. I just wanted to make sure.
Mhm.
Before I, like,
Um,
Players get a level up.
Mm-hmm. They do.
Yeah, players got
also
a
get a level up.
breakthrough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Oh,
so
you've been making all those legendaries without leveling your character up?
No, the players themselves, the faction, the sub-faction y'all have.
Oh, okay, that's what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
It's Wednesday. It's time for faction actions. And I don't
Oh,
know if you want
boy.
to take any, but I know some people who do.
Well, okay, so let's decide what we want to move up for our breakthrough, y'all.
Oh,
I would vote intelligence or mobility, probably.
Hmm.
Just a thought.
I'm whatever your recommendation is.
Y'all, are you looking at the Rose of Paris? Anybody care?
Oh, the rose. That's what we're looking at.
Mhm.
for now.
Mhm.
Rose of Paris. Rose. Where it is?
It is getting harder to move around. It might be smart for us to take mobility.
up mobility. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
I wouldn't
that-
disagree.
All right. Well, let's do it. Now we can roll it, not it.
You can also level up the players and the working women. And also...
Yeah, we'll look at the working women.
Mhm.
They've been our intelligence people for a while.
Mhm.
We could up their mobility as well, or maybe deflection.
Which group is this again?
The working women.
The working women. Oh,
They're kind of our intelligence people right now.
yeah. I think
Gathering-
we
But
need
they can't very well get
intelligence.
intelligence if they can't get around, you know.
Yeah. That's good. I how high is their what are the two options that we were thinking between? You said?
But I voted mobility or deflection if we're gonna move
Okay.
something up for them.
Yeah, I agree. Mobility, I'd
Either
say.
would be good. Yeah.
I mean, we can just go mobility across the board,
Yeah, especially with how tight things are.
for getting around.
Yeah. But also in this situation, deflection would also be really nice to be able to just, if they are caught or if they are cornered, to be able to. Is that how
Or
that
somebody,
works?
It's if somebody makes an attack against them.
Oh,
they
okay.
deflect an attack against them.
Deflect,
Okay, then-
deflect is to avoid intelligence,
Okay.
gathering.
Done on them.
and security is to avoid getting beat up, physically,
Gotcha.
arrested,
Gotcha.
etc.
Okay. We need to roll a mobility for the roses, y'all.
Fine, I'll roll it.
Yeah. I'm working on my other factions, so
All right,
It's Wednesday.
let's try this then. Oh God,
Fingers
please
crossed.
be. Oh.
Oh, it was not a good roll for us.
I have 2 pieces of my Doom Clock pie currently filled in because of actions. And so I'm going to have mobility written. I'm going to roll mobility for 2 factions who have things they want to do on this Wednesday. As it is. The French Gestapo's a -2. And
terrible.
the military intelligence, the Abwehr, they roll a 1. So
Okay.
they are going to go first.
Could I ask a question? Can I use
Absolutely.
my fate point to re-roll this at all?
Well, you can.
We could use a
Okay.
group fate point.
Mm-hmm.
It is a group.
Yeah. If that's the
But
case,
using
then
which aspect?
looking at it.
Isn't this our initiative?
It is your
Let's see who
initiative.
goes first.
Whoever has the
Do we want
highest.
to reroll our initiative? Is that
Oh, I
something worth
see.
rerolling?
Oh, okay.
I see. Okay. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
not worth it.
We
Okay,
beat
then,
the
yeah.
French Gestapo, but just military intelligence goes before we do.
And we do popcorn
Okay.
intelligence, so they're going to go and they're going to pick who goes next,
Okay.
as
Mhm.
as
Right.
as you do. Greg, you've got
Mhm.
2 fate points in, yes. KP, you currently have 4.
I should
I
have
actually
3.
used one of mine, so I better
Okay.
take it off. Hold on.
Greg, you have 1. KP,
I
you
should have
have
only 3
3. Lindy, you
because
have
I have 3.
5.
5.
And Dot, you have 2. We're
Unless
in.
did we get additional fate points?
No,
we
you
didn't
just
get
go to your
additional.
refresh.
Right, that's yeah, 3 refreshes.
They are going to. Oh, by the way, let me. Oh, I don't want to do this. I'll do it anyway. Let me take you to your pyramid, in case you want to see our pyramid. Let's go here for the moment. And my face is going to be kind of low, which I'll just have to fix at a moment. It's a thing. So, it has been a couple of days, so that's all cleared. So, we will start. Military intelligence. They are going to be investigating all of this. You know, there was a very terrible attack that happened recently, and they're going to be doing some investigation to find out what's up with our intelligence out here in the what's going on with our resistance people out here. So they're going to go and take an investigation action. So if you would please, I would like the working women to make a deflection.
Oh,
Unless
damn
you
it.
want to stand in for them. And they roll.
We can. Okay. Oof.
They roll a 5. Superb.
We would have to get all. Well, all right, y'all. We got to roll it regardless, right? Here we go.
Right.
A 4, great. That's pretty good with only a +1. Don't the working women have fate points?
Mm-hmm.
Let's use one
They
of their
have-
fate
They
points.
have 1.
Great. Let's make that a 6.
What is the aspect you are invoking? What allows
They're
them?
they're deflecting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they unnoticed?
They're unnoticed and they're keepers of schedules.
Mm-hmm. Good. You use their 1 fate point. Yes. Or
That
they.
makes that a 6.
Mm-hmm. I will use one of my fate points, noting that they are military intelligence seeking the enemies of the German nation, which brings me up to a 7.
Oh, wait. Because they are unseen and trusted, they may roll intelligence instead of deflection when they are at work.
Please go.
So if we, well, that would have just added 2 to the roll.
You have to. What is their deflection?
So deflection was a 1.
Mhm.
Intelligence is a 3.
Okay.
So it would have added 2 to the roll that we
Mhm.
had if we keep it. So it actually would have been a 6 to start with, and then we added it to make it an 8.
8.
Mm-hmm. All right.
8 versus 7.
8 versus their 7. We will keep that right there for where that is.
Nice.
They're going to pass it over to other people moving this moment, which is the French Gestapo. The French Gestapo is going to be making an intelligence gathering on you all. The Roses. As they are asking some questions, getting some information. There's some things going on. And they're going to roll a 7 epic.
Whoa.
They have the
Really good
stunt
roll.
ears
Oh
on the
my
streets. This will be deflection.
From us or the working
Roses
women?
of
The
Paris.
Roses. Military intelligence and the Roses have different goals.
Right. Okay. Who wants to roll it?
Who's rolling in it?
I mean, I'll do it.
already-
you got the legendary, dude.
Is this
We're
deflection?
going
It is.
Jinx, KP.
It is.
Come on.
All right. I'm going to do it. You want me to do it? I'm going to do it. Here we go. That's what you get.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
Okay.
create an advantage because they're looking for an advantage at this moment.
Okay.
Do we want to re-roll that using a fate point or?
2
I
free
mean, we're
votes.
only getting a +2,
Mhm.
so we're really not going to get that much better. It might be just with our spending a fate point
Mhm.
and trying to soak as much as we can.
They have an advantage, and that advantage is going to be
Wait,
called.
can't we spend fate points?
Please, absolutely.
Yeah. So if we spend a fate point, we can make that a 3 instead.
It's still a 4 spread though, isn't that 2 invokes?
It is.
That's with style. So we'd have to spend 2 fate points.
And have 2 different aspects for that.
Okay, hang on. Can we not soak some of that stress?
This is on an
It's
attack.
not an
They're-
attack.
Oh, it's not
they're
an
making
attack.
an advantage.
They're creating an advantage.
Yeah, against us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, gang, do we want 2 invokes or do we want a single advantage?
My thing is, let them have the 2 invokes. If we have to deal with it on the back end, I found that fate is better dealt with as a whole as opposed
whole,
to.
Mhm.
Okay. So we spend the 1 group fate point to
It
make
won't-
that a 3.
It won't make a difference though, because they still are beating you by 4.
Yeah.
Right,
No,
keep
so
the
it's
fate
don't
point,
spend
and this-
any or you spend 2. So
They
They
I'm
beat
saying
us by so much, just let them have the 2 free
Yeah,
invokes.
just let them
And then
have them. Yeah.
if they want to call them later, then that's when we push our chips in.
So the French Gestapo has the following advantage based on gathering intelligence. We know your schedule.
Schedule. The cell schedule.
It's interesting. It's a good question. They're going to pass it to the Roses. Do you have any actions you would like to take?
I feel well.
Oh wait, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
This is the Carling you. They would actually pass it to the Snakes because
Oh.
criminal.
Oh right.
the snakes.
Mhm. And I'm going to note that the Carling you did not go after the Snakes.
I noted that. Yeah.
I'm just going to note that.
Yeah. So the snakes are going to they're gonna try to beef up that advantage they made earlier this week for resources. They're gonna keep doing some shady drug deals and moving things through the brothel and stuff.
Please do. Please
So
roll
here we go.
that.
I gotta get here it is. Yep.
Good, which is a tie, which will get you
Which will get me an extra.
which
Yep.
will get you an extra invoke. Absolutely.
Yep.
Who would you like to pass it to?
Fight Club.
Hmm?
Fight Club wants to also boost their resources.
Because you know those resources rolls are coming up.
I know their resources rolls are coming up.
Mhm,
I don't want to get nuked.
mhm,
Um,
mhm.
Because they're just little baby factions. They don't
Mhm.
have a lot of resources.
That is absolutely correct.
So I'm gonna use the Fight Club's gonna use their stunt and blood money
Mhm,
to charge admission for some fights.
mhm.
So,
So you've got a nice
we're gonna-
underground fight club happening down there in
some
Paris.
fighting rings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back alleys. It's beautiful. It's great. Ooh.
Oh, very nice. That is another free invoke on charging admissions.
Do I get two extra because I made really good? No.
Because
Okay.
you make it by 3.
Oh, could they spend their fate point to make it extra?
Yes. Using which
Cool.
which aspect?
Using their aspect, major goal gain street cred.
Yes. Good. Who would you like to pass it to?
Oh well, who else is left?
The players and also the Roses.
Okay, we'll give it to the players.
Do they have anything they'd like to do?
Okay.
Yeah, could you?
And please spend your stress on that if you don't mind.
The working women.
I did.
Oh, and the
Get
working
a
women as well.
move.
They also get a move as well.
Mhm.
Okay. That. Okay. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to make sure that. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Got it. What were you
Um,
gonna say, Greg?
Yeah, could you take us back to the advantages we have? Because I know that I can't remember the name of the one that the players have.
Their advantage that they have right now is
Your service.
at your service.
At your service. Okay.
Yeah,
I would
for
like
being-
to
for
try
being
to
sort of, like respected and thought of.
right. I would like to try to add to that with a intelligence gathering operation, since we constantly are having people come in and out of,
Mhm.
not necessarily high level Berlin
Mhm.
dignitaries, but we still have members of, as we had explained it, levels of government and the military are often coming to the set to see what the heck's going on. So
If the working women do it for us, they have a 3 instead of a 1 with us.
Yeah, this is something that they established before, though. This is an advantage that I have an invoke that if I am successful, I get a free invoke with it. So, I want them to basically ingratiate themselves not only to the ladies that they did at the luncheon, but now that they can put faces to names, we can flip the script, and the actresses that are on the top level 5th floor backstage of Jerry's level to make sure that they're starting to talk to some of the higher ranking soldiers that are showing up.
If you're looking at wanting to up at your service, that would be rapport. Propaganda, pardon me. Because that's like getting people to like you. If you want to do a discover action to get intel, that would be intelligence.
Okay, that's what I want to do. I want them to be, because that's what we did before. They're just
it was
in the
intelligence
vicinity.
to see who would be willing to spend
Is
some
this
money.
a discover action?
Yeah. Well, I mean, can I use the intelligence to add to the existing advantage that I'm not trying to discover, I'm trying to add to the advantage.
Yeah, that would be propaganda, because it's about getting people to like you, right? It's about sort of setting up yourselves to be well liked, as opposed to like gathering information is different, right? This is about getting people to think well of you, which would be propaganda.
I can't create. I'm not allowed to create an advantage though with intelligence.
Creating an advantage with intelligence that you found out things about people, which would be a new advantage. Which you could do.
Okay, well then I'll just do a new advantage then.
Absolutely.
Maybe that's where the confusion was, is trying to add to the existing one.
Yeah, because that one at your surface is not really an intelligence advantage. It's more of like a reputation and how people sort of think about you. But you
used intelligence to create it though.
Right. I think that's where I got confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, because intelligence was the role I used to establish it. Fair.
So you need a 3. But if you spend one of your freeze invokes from at your service, that will get you a separate new advantage on that one. So you just like transfer it over.
So I will. Don't lose anything.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend their fate point just to up that to a 4. That would give me the advantage on it and keep the ones for at your service.
So tell me what the name of this advantage is that represents you having like a means to gather intel on people.
Whispers in the front row.
Perfect. Right, and this represents that you have now a means to get intel when you want to do that.
Now I will get 2 because I have my stunt top billing. When in front of an audience, the players receive a bonus invoke with the success of an intelligence roll.
Absolutely.
So I will take my 2 invokes.
Perfect. That is the best way to do it. So, and like at your service is about, you can use at your service to help you with deflection, right? Or with like when your reputation would help you for like deflection perhaps, or also propaganda. There are a lot of ways you can use that. And then of course, Whispers in the Front Row is going to help you when you want to get intel from people. That will give you that sort of space. Or also you can help you with other things as well. Who do they pass it to? You've got the working women and you've got the roses.
Unless there's a preference as to who he passes it to, I would just pass it to the working women. Let them go and then end with the roses.
Yeah, maybe we can get some. I would say there are intelligence people, so we should do a discover action.
And I'm going to mark off your resources because it costs a stress for each one of these actions.
Yeah, I would say if they're going to do anything, an intelligence roll would be the way to go. See if we can get ahead on some information, or maybe find out the truth. Was Falstaff actually killed, or they, like see if there's like what we can find out. Okay, here we go.
Discover action?
That's a good.
So this is a discover action against the Gestapo, the SS.
Mm-hmm.
Let me roll their... Hello, SS. Let me roll their deflection.
It's gonna be pretty high, I imagine.
Ooh.
Oh, hey.
You may ask one question.
Is that what we want to know, y'all? We need to know if Falstaff's actually dead.
Right. Or is that the one we want? Or
you should
do we want something related to our more about how close are we to the chopping block, essentially? Lindy's like
I mean, this is our cell together, so thoughts are welcome.
I think we should decode the fucking message.
I can't. I can't do that
I
yet.
know.
So I have to.
You can if you want to. It's pretty trivial.
I mean,
yeah,
really.
It's real simple.
Because you know the code.
Okay, well, what is it? What's it?
What's it
I mean, because I would have done that immediately getting out of the shower, right?
Roll tradecraft.
Before we do any discover actions, we should.
I
read the
can
message.
assist with that since I have tradecraft.
Yeah, good
Oh.
call. Okay, that'll be nice. Let me see what I've got here. So I gotta open another character sheet. Okay, not the greatest roll, y'all.
You got this.
I wait, I have a specialty.
Hmm.
Right? Because tradecraft, I'm allowed to take a specialty.
Mhm.
I feel like decoding would be my specialty in tradecraft.
Yeah.
Radio operator seems
Yeah.
reasonable.
And you've helped.
Okay.
Codes and ciphers, right?
Codes and ciphers, perfect.
That is a tie, but you get the +1, right?
Wait, that had the +1. So I rolled a 1 with then added the 1 for the specialty and 1 for his help.
So that is a tie. With a tie, you may succeed at a minor cost, which would be
No, you know what? I'll just spend a fate point. Regina will just spend a fate point for this. This is important. Like, this is what she does. This is super duper important. Okay, there we go. So that makes it a 5.
using the aspect.
I mean, I'm an agent who's trained for that.
Indeed.
Mhm.
The message is written, and it says, "I'm not dead. Decoy killed.
Oh.
Members of the resistance captured. Obviously, I can't be seen. F."
I immediately burn it. Take a picture.
So
Burn
now
it.
we don't need to find out if Falstaff
Okay,
is
great.
dead or not.
Perfect. So
Yeah.
back to our question.
Side
Um,
note, for people who watched that episode, what happened was that one of the player characters gave the
Mhm.
Nazis a different
ringer.
resistance member who looked
Yeah.
knew somebody who looked enough like Falstaff and
Oh.
turned that person in. So
Yep.
that then they went and they captured that person.
'Cause they were gonna get Falstaff.
They were going to get
instead.
Falstaff because Falstaff has this really identifiable scar that was given to him. They had some intel on him, and they were going to go and kill him. And one of the PCs is like, "Yeah, I know somebody who looks enough like Falstaff, and who's like vaguely related to the Resistance," and just turn that person in.
Knows just enough to know, like, to be like, yep, they're resistance. This checks out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so another Resistance member who's not Falstaff, who looks enough like Falstaff, got captured instead and then executed after a bunch of
Okay.
interrogation.
All right, so I burned that. Note that I'm gonna have to write a fake faux code, but I'll get back to that because we're gonna need the
Mhm.
something for Oscar to turn in. Great. So back to our question, which I guess
Yes.
now is, how onto us are they? And I say onto us meaning like, how much information do they know about our hideouts, the other half of the lives we're living, the SOE side?
Yeah.
The SS does not currently have any. Oh, that's tricky. That's a tricky question to answer. One, you know full well that the head of the SS, who is Elias Yeager, knows everything about you.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mm.
Everything about you. Probably a lot more than you would like to know. But the SS as
Right.
an organization, the working women going through sort of files and paperwork, targets and things like that, sort of seeing as they're cleaning up, seeing what's on boards. There does not seem to be from the SS any sort of intel on you all. So the organization, as a not secret information that might be in Yeager's head, for example, but the organization as a whole does not have.
Gotcha.
Enlightening for SS, doesn't the SS or was it the Gestapo? They're the same organization. They're the same organization.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's helpful.
Mhm.
Okay.
So
Mhm.
they don't have officially. That organization does not have any intel on you.
Okay. Great.
Okay,
So the
that's
working women
good to know.
basically report that back, which is
So
good.
we don't need
news.
to lay as low as we thought necessarily.
Well, we still might want to. They're looking for us, so we might still want to lay
Yes.
low a little, but at least we can take a breath of fresh air. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can
Mhm.
the Roses of Paris then take an action?
Please do.
I vote we lay some undermine. If we're gonna feed fake code,
Mhm.
we've
Yeah.
already we've already tricked them into believing that Regina's cover is inside the SS. I say we keep
Mhm.
feeding this idea that they have a mole.
Yep.
Sure. I'm okay with that.
Deflecting them and making them think that they have a mole. So maybe another undermine action to build or to try to to do that.
Do you want to create an advantage, or do you want to do it just a full-on attack?
Thoughts, gang?
Maybe create an advantage.
I like the advantage aspect because if we want to, that mole could easily be Nicoletta at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
I said we build the mole and make it the advantage fate code.
Okay, does somebody want to hit the undermine button? I'm not rolling so hot.
I already
I'm
rolled
not
once.
doing
and
it
was-
either. Lindy.
I'll do it. Yeah,
There
my
we go.
factions. I've already
I
rolled.
mean, we
them.
got a 3.
So.
It's not our worst. That's
Undermine.
actually- yeah, undermine. It's a pretty okay
Let me
skill for
change
us.
the roses. Boop.
What do we have? Average.
An average roll. Ooh,
They
that was
will
a good roll for us.
defend with leadership. This is about
We're
like,
making an advantage. Oh, that's right. Yeah, based off the.
but it's against them personally, so they do have to. They have a stunt that will not help them at this moment, but they.
Yeah, is it because their leader's humiliated?
No, it isn't. It's because their stunt is actually about recovering consequences with leadership rather than this. But they do have a. You have a free invoke on them.
We do.
Because their leader is currently humiliated, and
Which would tie us.
yes.
Which would tie us, and then we could spend
But
a
that is
fate
an invoke
point.
on Elias themselves.
Yeah. Don't they have a consequence?
They
They
do
do
have
have
a
a
consequence.
consequence.
It is with a free invoke on it, which is that they lost
They
the
do.
children.
They lost children. They
had
lost
a
the
failed
Oh,
things they're
mission.
supposed to
can
get.
we cash in on that? That maybe the mole
Uh-huh.
is the one that made that happen. That like.
Oh no, they actually were quite. There's some.
Competent.
bad
They were.
stuff. There was some bad
There
stuff.
was a lot that happened in
Okay.
that one episode.
So if we cash in on that, making it a 3, we tie
Yep.
And
and
then we
then
can spend a fate point.
a group fate point and make that a 5.
Well, the roses have fate points.
oh,
They
that's
have 2
right.
fate points.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Use a rose
Yeah, the
fate.
roses.
One of the roses fate
can
points.
use for fate
And the
points.
trouble will be playing both sides.
But your
Because-
fate, the rose are the fate points that you all have as a group. Those are your group fate
That
points.
is our group fate
Yeah.
points. The
Okay.
rose fate points. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're down to 2.
You're currently down to 2. Yes.
So if we use one more, we could make this a 5.
Using which aspect?
Playing both sides.
Mm-hmm. Which will give you an advantage at this moment, and that advantage would be you want to. Let's see. You currently do not have an advantage on the SS. What would you like to call this?
I don't know, something silly like mole in the hole or like like behind enemy lines or
Mhm.
I'm gonna go with mole in the hole because that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
that's what it is. It's a mole in the hole.
It's a mole in the hole with one free.
And if we
invoke.
make another one, we can call it making like mountains out of molehills.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
Like, that's the
man.
name of our operation name.
Beautiful.
Yep.
I would like to
Yeah.
note that our 2 factions on the enemy side would like to take another action before we end. So, who would the roses like to pass to?
Did the working women actually take an action? They did, because they
Yes,
did
they
the
did.
intelligence roll. Okay,
Yes, they did.
so I've got to close some of these boxes, y'all. Okay, so roses appeared. So I
Mhm.
guess we have to pass it. Who's left?
We finished the entire round. You may now pass it to anyone you like, including yourself again, if you want to take an action.
I don't think we should take any more actions. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Who should we pass? I don't know. I guess that you said the SS wants to take an action.
Oh no, the SS is not acting this turn. It's the French Gestapo and the German
Well, I
intelligence.
guess it's their
Oh,
turn.
the French Gestapo.
It is
they
the
want to
French
go,
Gestapo.
don't they?
Yeah,
Let's
Mhm.
yeah. I guess let's let them take their turn.
and also military intelligence. They're also up.
Oh, they want to go again?
Both of them want to go again.
Okay,
I
well,
see.
let's give it to them.
Who would you like to give it to exactly?
I guess we'll give it to Gestapo.
The French Gestapo. They're going to take an action. The Carlingu. They're going to make an assault
I figured they were.
against the Roses.
Oh, against the roses.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Not who I thought they were going to assault.
Interesting, isn't it? They're going to roll their assault. And they roll a great.
All right,
Oh.
we're not. We could come out of this, okay, y'all.
This is security.
Mm-hmm.
We could. We don't have any extras for that. Okay. Oh, that was not a well.
Oh.
We only get a +2.
Yeah.
That's what, a mediocre. So you have a. That's you. They're beating you by 4.
So we could re-roll with hopes of getting higher.
Mhm.
Which is a
Or we could-
which is a gamble, or we could
Spend a fate point to take the 2 stress instead.
Our best case scenario is we're banking on if we re-roll, we're going to get a 4 or better, which means we would have to roll like a 2 or higher on
at
the
least a 2, to
Right.
make that happen.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's you're looking at about a 20% chance of being able to hit this roll.
Mhm.
Or if you just immediately take the +2, we're going to soak the 2 stress, which would
Mm-hmm.
that's the better bet. But I play Fate Point Chicken, so I'm. Up for
I
it.
mean, I'm
No.
easy, y'all. It's
I say we spend to add 2 and just take 2
all right.
stress.
Take 2.
All right.
So we will take. Now we have 1 box already checked,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
so we have to take the
Because
second.
you got that from getting your action. Yeah.
Yep. My question is, which aspect are you invoking? What makes it more difficult for them to assault you?
We have the cleaners on our side. They're an ally, so
That is a good excuse to spend a fate point because they look out for you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
you know, and the Duke's been
That's
kind of on our
like,
side. So
that is a good excuse, isn't
Oh
it?
no, it's especially good at this moment.
Oh, interesting.
That said, so you're 2, I'm 4. I will now spend.
Come on.
Oh, why do you think they did their intelligence action? They.
Now they got their free invokes to,
They do have their free invokes,
Mm-hmm.
and they're going to spend. Because they know your schedule. They're going to spend their 2 free invokes to bring them up to an 8 versus your 2.
6.
So they're beating you by 6.
Jesus Christ.
I do need a fate point chicken emote. They're doing an operation, these folks, right now. But your allied cell was a good one to pick.
we're gonna have to come up off some of our own personal fate points. There's just nothing we can do about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a go
Now
for it.
I'm sort of thinking we should re-roll, but that's just me because
I mean, I
super
would
risky.
only. So if we go
Yeah.
back and we say we re-roll instead of adding the 2, for the same reason, is that what we want to do, and then see if it's less than 6?
This is a terrible idea to re-roll
Yes.
it.
It
Just
is.
to keep it clear.
Yes.
I'm not.
However,
lucky. I should not.
I'm
be the person to hit the
supporting
button.
Don't
I'm
re-roll
being
it.
fair. You guys
I
have
say
seen
we-
how I.
Spend fate points.
Chat, what do you think? Is this do we roll the dice literally?
We could roll 2 worse. The worst we could get is -2.
Right.
And then we spend a bunch of fate points to dig ourselves out of the hole, or we get
Mhm.
better and we
Right.
don't have to spend as many fate points to dig ourselves out of the hole.
Mhm. We can roll
If
the same
anybody-
exact thing.
Has
We could
anybody ever
roll
seen the
better.
movie The Kevin Costner Vehicle Tin Cup? Do we go for the green or do we lay up here, everybody? That's what we're looking at.
Oh my
We got one re-roll in chat.
Unstable Deus says don't reroll.
So if we don't
Oh.
re-roll, we're at a 2. We need to get to an 8.
Lay up, Hawk! How dare you?
So that's 3. That would be 3 fate points just to tie.
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
We don't necessarily need to tie though.
But
We have an empty 2 stress box.
we can take. Okay, you're right. We can spend 2 fate
So we
points
only need
and
to
then
4.
soak 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the one thing I propose here. If we decide to go ahead and do this, we're gonna roll it after we decide to do this just to see what would have happened.
Okay.
Fair.
Okay, Greg needs to know.
So-
Okay,
so what you
okay,
doing?
so
There-
I guess the plan is to keep it as it was, which is to add a 2,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
2 versus 8.
and then we're gonna spend. I guess Regina's gonna come up off her last fate point. Boop.
What is the
to make-
aspect?
This is all about intelligence. So you know what?
This is an
They're-
assault. They're assaulting you.
We're defending.
You're
yeah.
defending physical
They're
security.
attacking us.
They're attacking you.
I mean,
Mhm.
season 5's all about hard choices, y'all.
It is.
And I just gave him my last fate point, so boom.
That's not
Hard
a hard
choice.
choice. What's the hard choice?
Regina's hard choice. Well, I mean, she's sacrificing the possible relationship with the Duke to have the cell, the cleaners possibly risk their lives for this. So
Okay. That brings you up to a 4 versus their 8.
okay, we're gonna soak 2 for sure. So we only need 1 more fate point, y'all.
You do have a 4 stress box, a 4 resource box.
We don't.
Yes, you as a cell, you do.
Mm-hmm. It
Oh.
just takes longer to clear.
Oh, whoa, you mean taking a consequence?
No, stress.
No, stress box.
Yeah, as a resistance cell, you are level 3 now, which means you have a 4 stress box.
Oh, how do I fix that on here?
Oh, I can fix that for you.
Because I was going to say, that is not showing on here.
So at the moment, you can soak it through stress.
Do we? Because I imagine another attack's coming.
I mean, I have 1 fate point. I'm not going to say that there are other people that are.
I can use
being
it.
a bit
I know,
Scrooge
I'm-
McDuckish here, but I mean, for fuck's sake, everybody,
I'm willing
stack
to
those
I
coins.
just don't know what.
I
What do
kind
you
of
want me
want
to
to
use
start
it
next
for?
week with 5 fate points. Can you hate me for that? Yeah.
I mean, we got to use them regardless,
All
right?
right,
They're going
take
to
it.
reset, so you got to use them.
Take.
Well,
take
I
Not when
have
you're
to use
over.
them. Yeah, when you're over, you
Not
keep
when
them.
you're-
They never.
When you're over, you keep them. I could start next week with 5.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh.
but
For
what's
whatever
the
it is
point in
we
having
decide
them
to
if
do
we don't
separately.
spend them?
That is
Well,
true.
I spent all my fate points. I'm out.
I'm-
so.
I'm-
Yeah,
I-
you
yeah.
did.
Okay, so what do you want? I can use mine. What do you want me to use it?
It's currently 4 to 8.
So basically, we just need to lower the gap a little bit. So if you spend 1, you just have to tell us what aspect you're using to help negate the attack they're
Mhm.
putting on us.
But I would have to use one of their aspects, right? The
No.
factions.
What-
Oh,
No,
One of yours, yeah.
Yeah.
you can
Oh.
use yours. You
Yeah.
could use any aspect on the
Mhm.
table.
Any
okay.
aspect.
All right. Let me see then what I can use.
And when we find out what happens, I'm going to tell you something. There is something happening in the world, and I will tell you what it is once we find out how this roll goes in the end.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Something
man.
happening here. What it is
Mm.
ain't exactly clear.
Oh, I know what
There's
it
a
is.
man with a gun
With
over
a gun
there.
over there.
That is true, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, it is true.
Oh boy. What? I mean, the only thing I can think of right now that I could use is my high concept as a trained Oxford doctor. Just
That
an
won't
SO. I mean, I trained SOE.
Trained SOE. That could work because you have perhaps good protocol,
Yes.
right? In
Yeah.
your cell. Yes. I will take
So
that.
I think he would. Yeah, he would be able to bring that forward. So
Mhm.
that is 1 gone,
Mhm.
and that brings us up to what again?
6 versus 8.
6.
So we only have to soak 2,
Two.
which we soak in our tactical.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I will spend a fate point.
God damn it.
I will spend a fate point. And the fate point that I will spend is going to be... Let me see. What will be the best way to do this?
Is this your last fate point?
I have 2 fate points.
Yes, 2.
Ah.
I have 2 fate points.
So
Oh,
he'll
there
be
you
down
go.
to 1 now.
I am going to spend that fate point on... I will invoke a flashback. Oh,
No.
no, I won't invoke the flashback yet. That's too good.
Yeah.
Too good.
Okay.
I will invoke the Carlingu's free aspect, Resistance Hunters.
Okay.
So that is now 6.
So we still have to soak 4, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, I'm
Okay.
willing to use another fate point if needed, but I'm not sure.
I say we soak the 4. We still
Okay.
have some. We still have some stress boxes left. We can just soak the 1 4 box.
I will
just saw
spend
that.
my last fate point for this scene with 1 more invoke to make it a 12 versus your
Is
6.
this the flashback?
This is the flashback.
This is where we attack too. Go ahead and spend it. I say we attack back if that's the
Yeah.
case, because you don't have any more fate points.
I don't.
Yeah.
And we've got the Bank of Lindy with 5. So if we want to play fate point battle, let's
Look,
do it.
I was
right now.
saving mine to fucking nuke some bitches. Like I
Mhm.
Yeah,
just
I was about to say. Yeah, you still got a chance for an attack back with your.
So I'm going to take us
and this is the Gestapo, yes?
French Gestapo.
The French Gestapo.
yes.
Not the Nazis necessarily.
the
No.
French Gestapo.
Perfect. Yes. No. Yes. I'm gonna sit on my 5 fate points. Thank you very much.
Would
I'm
you
gonna
like the
clap back.
flashback that gets me to 12 versus your 6?
Yes.
Can we spend a fate point to avoid that?
We have to do the flashback first, though.
Yeah, because I've got to invoke the aspect.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Young Luke
Oh no.
is riding his bicycle back from the party. You all have, and he
Yeah.
sees you driving by. And he watches the car drive by with interest as he's walking back. And he makes it back to the flower shop. He walks in. His mother is probably upstairs, not quite paying attention. He gets something to eat. He's a growing lad and quite hungry. And the phone rings. He picks up the phone. There's a voice on the other end. Scarlet. And she says,
Fucking knew it.
"Oh, my sweet, sweet Luke. I want to see you so badly. There's something terrible has happened. I need to see you right away. It's important." And he frowns and he thinks, well, I've got to keep my cover. And our mission is done. It won't be too bad. So he hops on that bike of his and he heads off down the street to meet with his beloved girlfriend, Scarlet. And that is the aspect, that is the flashback that I will use for that +2.
Did he not get the letter?
Which letter?
The one I left with his mother.
You know, because that was before. This happens earlier. It's a flashback.
Oh, I thought he was riding the bike back from brunch.
Yes, but he got there before you did. Because you went joyriding. You all had all these other things to do.
I see.
He got that back there first and then split. So that's 12 versus your 6. As his girlfriend calls in her chips and says that she wants to talk to him about something very important. And he heads off before you all get there.
We can soak all 6, everybody.
I mean, do we want to soak?
No, I will spend my fate point. The show must go on. I'm down to 0.
How does the show must go on impact this situation?
Because being assaulted and losing the roses or having them wounded beyond repair, it certainly is a curtain jerker. So the show ain't going to be what it used to be.
But it doesn't feel like your personal get-to-itiveness will help Luke in this situation.
Oh, I'm helping Luke now?
Yeah.
Because
Luke is undercover.
Luke is part of your cell.
Part of the mission.
Then I will invoke my relationship. The fatherland buys, not the child of me.
Tell me about that.
I mean, I think it's with the past that Oscar has had with Luke. He has done quite a bit for the boy, and I think it's an easy step to say that, you know, he would consider him at the least a friend.
Absolutely. And I want you to tell me, because this is what I need to know. How does your relationship with him, your sort of father relationship, which is a true statement, that is a true fact, how does that relationship help Luke in the peril that he's currently in as he's going to go and visit his girlfriend?
I would say this. Luke has seen on 2 separate occasions Oscar in action. I would like to think that he focuses more on the time that his father was killed and how purposeful, direct, deliberate Oscar was in his approach. How Oscar expressed to Luke regret after the instance in the woods where he went a little berserk. And so kind of poo-pooing himself and making his own actions in that instance look so poor that if Luke were to take anything away from those 2 examples, it's to focus more on the be unemotional, be direct, make sure you have an exit, all that type of stuff.
And if I may,
you may. He's currently up by 4. The French Gestapo is currently up by 4, and I would like to note that the French Gestapo is making this attack.
Yeah, they are.
So.
And troopers out of fate points. But we do have a 4 stress buck we can soak with.
I do have a fate. I do still have 2 fate points that I could use.
And military intelligence still has to go.
We're also not done yet with people.
Okay,
attacking
all
us.
right. Well, do we want to just leave it at 4?
Yeah,
I'd say we
we should just soak the 4. That was the original plan.
Okay, there we go then.
All right. Please soak the 4 stress, and I will note, this is very important, I'm going to tell you this. I have 2 free invokes on heightened security.
I thought you used one.
No, heightened security has not been used at all. The French Gestapo used their freed votes, and I'm going to tell you something. This is very important. I cannot use heightened security for this particular attack.
Okay.
Okay.
Heightened security represents the heightened security in the city. Right now, there are a lot of guards, there are a lot of soldiers. The military intelligence, military authority is everywhere with lots of checkpoints. And I have 2 free invokes, and I cannot use those 2 free invokes on this particular attack from the French Gestapo on you all.
Okay.
I'm just going to let you know that they are
Is that
there.
because it's happening outside the city?
It is not happening outside the city, but it's a good question why I cannot use it, but I'm going to let you know that I cannot use it for this particular assault. So, you take the 4 stress, which is going to have very important impacts for you all. That means something quite important. The French Gestapo will pass it over to military intelligence because they
Surprise.
they have their other moment to go. They did a intel search. They were not particularly successful at getting their intel, which is a little bit frustrating. So they were trying to get information because they heard there were some things going on with papers going missing, perhaps, and that was not particularly useful. But they know that there is some kind of clearly some kind of security leak, and they would like to get this information, before other organizations get information. So they're going to do an intelligence, and it's going to be against the Roses, because you are the ones who burned down that building. They're investigating that assault that happened. And they're doing it because right now the SS is not doing it, because the SS is a little bit busy. And they're going to take intelligence. They're going to, this is not an assault. They're gathering intel.
Discover action.
Yeah, they're trying to go and get an advantage about this, investigating the arson.
Oh.
They roll a 7. This is what they do.
Damn. We can try to deflect, y'all.
Yeah.
We have to roll anyway for it, right?
This is deflection. They're beating you by 5.
We have a. Do we have a? We're not on the. Can we flip back over to where our stuff is?
Absolutely. Let me move you right back here.
Okay.
I believe you have used all of your group fate points, or just you have 1 left.
We have 1 group fate
One
point
left.
left. That's for against the SS though. Let's see.
I'm going to note that you saved Luke.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, good.
For now.
What do we want to do?
Well, on the board, the only thing that we have, I think we could use would be maybe Frieda's partners in crime. If we could figure out a way to help deflect using some crime partners, because we got 2 sitting aspects for that. So that might be a helpful. That could take us up to 6.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we use the last fate point, we could beat it.
Could we use the the bonus is Jaeger specific.
And this is not the SS. This is the German military intelligence. The up there.
Which is why the
Shockman's more
partners in
applicable.
crime seems a little bit more.
They're like, hey, somebody did an assault on the SS, and we're going to investigate it.
Yeah.
There was some sort of resistance attack. And
so we could feed. We could use. If Frieda would be down to give up those 2 aspects that we've got sitting there,
Which ones?
Partners in crime. We've got 2.
This is Lindy's crap game right now. She has all the chips.
I need to know how will partners in crime help you in this situation when the official military intelligence is officially looking into a military attack? Because I don't see how partner crime is going to do it.
Misdirection.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
if
all
this is an
misdirection,
intelligent-
right?
yeah.
If they're
Yeah.
gonna be looking into crime and they're gonna be looking into dark.
If
like,
I was able to have made an attack first, we could have.
They
I have
pass
some
it over to
propaganda I want to spread.
well, we're gonna
Yeah.
get there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We'll get there. You're gonna get your attack.
propaganda's an
Um,
attack, right?
Propaganda is really an attack is usually undermine or assault.
Assault.
Okay.
Propaganda usually gives you
Okay.
sets you up in advantages for later.
So if we
Okay.
spend these two partners in crime, we can set up for more advantages after. But if this
Okay.
helps get us out of
Yeah.
this little predicament,
The PCs can certainly come up with a flashback. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
You
I'm
want to
going to
do
note
misdirection with
that
my
there
partners
was
in crime?
some
You can
sort of
have it.
assault going on that was targeted on Luke that was coming from the French Gestapo that
Yes.
could not use the heightened
Yes.
security as a bonus and was instigated from the flashback by a call from his girlfriend.
Yeah. No, I'm
yeah,
sensing
it's
some
okay. She's a
brothel
problem.
shenanigans.
I've got a plan. I've been working on a plan for her too. Don't worry.
Hmm.
Super plan.
I have plans,
Um,
but they're totally different.
Partners in crime. So if we can use those two, that brings us at least up to a 6.
But I need to know how this is relevant.
So partners in crime, we can say that there was make it look like, because Fight Club's happening.
Mhm.
Maybe
Mhm.
there was a Fight Club event with some other criminals in the area at nearly the same time in that same vicinity. Maybe it wasn't an attack, maybe it was just some gang violence gotten out of hand.
Okay, all right. Now, the
And like
prop-
one criminal group maybe says another criminal group did it, and they say another one did it. And it's just kind of a
Mhm.
round robin.
Because we're all in on it, we can be like, oh no, I heard so and so did, I heard so, and
Yeah.
just yeah.
A lot of misdirects.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay, that brings you up to 6 versus their 7.
I'm
Okay.
willing to use a fate point if that's what you guys want.
We do still have the group fate point
Yeah.
Okay.
with one group.
I say we use the one group.
I do
And
too, and then we can make
Okay.
that an 8.
Which aspect?
Increasing needs with too many eyes. Too many eyes is actually what's everybody's seen something, but nobody's actually seen anything.
Absolutely. That is great. That is great. So, that brings you up to an 8 versus the 7. This, however, heightened security does work for, because this
Yeah.
this is an official investigation
Mhm.
by the official people who are good friends with the German military authority. They will use one of their heightened securities to bring them up to a 9 versus your 8.
So we need to soak one.
And I'm going to just note for a record that they can use that heightened security.
Okay.
Just-
So this is 0304. Is that 1 2? Should that be 1 2 3 4?
No, because you have a 3 and a 4. It's just that the strategic intelligence clears slowly. You shift down 1 every day, but it takes 2 days
Gotcha.
to clear a 3 and a
So
4.
basically, we're gonna have to tack the 2 for tactical readiness if we want to soak the 1,
Mhm.
which I vote is the easiest thing to do at this
Yeah.
point.
Yes.
Uh,
I agree.
all right.
Okay.
We don't have any
Now-
consequences.
Now
just
we
stress.
can make some attacks.
This is them. But this is not an attack though. This is actually just them
It's
gathering
a
intelligence.
discover action.
Yeah, they're gathering
Right, but-
intelligence.
Oh, I see.
So you don't have to.
So
you
we
don't have
wouldn't
to
take any stress.
Yeah, you don't take stress.
Oh,
This is
okay,
them
well.
gathering.
They just get to ask a question.
They are wanting to basically ask a question.
Yeah.
okay. Well,
They want to know who done it.
They want to know who done it.
Ugh. We can't really let them know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we may have to spend another fate point, y'all.
Yeah. I do have, if you want to use one, I can do the Iron Will and Steady Hands even in the face of fear.
We're also playing both sides.
That's one more stunt point that has to go. One more fate point. Pardon me.
All right. So if you spend yours, KP, you still have 1.
All right. So I'll do that.
Because in the
Essentially-
face of fear.
Yeah. So they're keeping their cool and knowing how to operate,
Yep.
knowing how to,
Yep.
even when these guys are breathing down their
Yep.
necks.
Yes, absolutely. They ask a lot of questions of a lot of people in the neighborhood. They've not come up with anything just yet.
Oof.
But they're investigating a very showy, very flashy,
Yeah.
burning building. And I'm going to just note that they're doing it, not the SS. Now, they will pass it over to, those two are done with their actions. They just took 2 apiece. They'll pass it to any of you if you have anything you want to do.
Do it. Attack them.
I wanna be the snakes.
Please do.
And you know, while the French Gestapo are all distracted and using all their resources and shit,
Mm-hmm.
they've been causing me some trouble.
They have been causing you
actually.
trouble.
They've been causing the snakes trouble, and they didn't this week. And so I think since we're actually pretty good on resources for our big old resources check at the end of the week, I think we're gonna make an undermine attack.
Before we start, I want to just make sure I get all this correct.
Because they're on the pyramid.
They are in the pyramid, but I want to make sure the
Right there on the
salts
pyramid.
the snakes have already done 1 action, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes.
Fight Club has done 1 action.
Yes.
Yes. So tell me, and the
Yes.
Carlingu has done 2.
Mm-hmm.
One was information gathering, and
Mhm.
one was
The
an
big old attack.
assault.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh look, I have 1 box left.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me,
Mm-hmm.
what would you like to do? I want to hear about it.
I would love to undermine them a bit, you know.
Tell me
you know
about
what
that.
I'm saying?
Tell me about that.
So these people have been causing me problems, and you know, there's been some interesting rumors, I believe, circulating around recently about a serial killer, targeting young ladies who work in brothels. But maybe there's another rumor going about that the serial killer doesn't target people from a certain brothel. Because it's been all of everyone from except from this one place. So maybe they're like paying off a serial killer, or maybe they're in cahoots with the serial killer.
I'm going to ask you this important question. Which brothel?
The 122.
All right. Fair enough. That is
So
fine.
there's been no reports of anyone dying from the 122. So I think people are starting to get sus about, like, why aren't they targeting? Why isn't the French Gestapo giving them problems? Why is the serial
Oh.
killer not visiting their place? So I think that I'd like to undermine them,
Please.
make those questions real big.
Please do.
Maybe they'll lose some business.
Please
Feel
do.
interesting.
I would very much like you to make that undermine roll. And is this the snakes doing it or Fight Club?
This is the snakes. No.
Yes,
Fight-
yes.
We're not physically assaulting them. We're
Yeah, yeah,
just hurting their feelings real bad.
Oh no, it's not
Um,
hurting your feelings. It's spreading rumor, and also, you know.
Probably ruining their business a little bit. Like, it's probably
Yes.
decreasing their numbers because they're in cahoots with serial killers and like criminals, like the bad criminals. Like,
Mhm, mhm,
yeah. So
mhm. That is a good one. I would
Oh.
like you to roll, if you would, your undermine.
I rolled it.
A 1.
Rolled a 1,
Yes.
but it's okay because I have fate points.
Right.
Yes,
This is going to have to be deflection against
Yes.
your undermine.
I'd assume so.
Because you are talking smack.
I'm talking some serious smack.
And you're trying to undermine their customer base.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, the Carlingu is I will roll their deflection.
I don't know how their deflection is, but
I do.
their main skill is assault.
That is
so
correct. That is
I
correct.
can only assume that they might be focused more on physical matters.
That might be correct.
Yes.
Tied.
Wonderful. I would love to spend a bunch of fate points, please.
Would you?
I would, actually. Yes.
Okay.
So
But
I'm
I
gonna spend
need-
the snake's fate point.
Tell me.
So I will spend their
they're
fate
out.
point first.
Yeah.
Yes. And they're
Why?
spending their fate point because they're a small crime family with fingers in brothels, drugs, and the black markets. They're in the
Yes.
know.
Yes, that is correct. That makes you 3 to their 1.
Yes.
Go
And now I'd
on.
like to spend some of my personal fate points.
Tell me why.
Well, I can use the snakes aspects too, right? Because they're the
Mhm.
ones making the attack.
Mhm.
Well, number 1, they're a circle of informants.
Yes.
So now we're at 2 fate points.
Yes.
I'd like to spend more fate points, please.
I need to know why. Because we have to
I'd like
talk how this goes.
Yeah. I know. I'd like to spend one of Freida's, one of her aspects, because she's from the Viper's Den.
Yes.
She knows how this crime shit works.
Yes, she does.
Yes,
she does.
I would also like to spend another fate point.
Flashback.
one-
Did
no,
you hear
no,
us
I'm not
exist?
even
No
that.
one
I mean, not even at
Oh, cool.
flashbacks yet. She's a stone cold manipulator. This is business.
That is
Yep.
also true.
So
Um,
8,
Mhm.
9
yes.
total.
I'd like to spend another fate point.
Yes.
I would like to spend it on current issue in the spotlight. These serial killings have been in the newspapers.
Yes, they have. Yes, they
They've been
have.
all over the newspapers.
Yes, they have. You have one fate point left.
And I'd love to spend that last fate point.
On?
Oh, I think this is a flashback.
Would you like the flashback?
I would love a flashback.
I can give it to you if you like.
Sure. Just 1 second. Let me get my hat.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
flashback hat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My Madam Cobra hat.
Yes. That is 12. So that puts you at 13 versus their 1, by the way.
All right, I'm ready.
Do it.
I'm going to have to tell me where we are.
So we are actually in the Little Bird. We are in the Little Bird brothel, and a young blonde walks in with information about a serial killer and who the serial killer is and might be.
No, that's not the
No?
information. That's not the information they have.
That's not the information. What is the information that they have?
You want to know, don't you?
I do.
Yeah. Well, we have to figure out how many consequences they take, because that's going to be important.
Yes.
So let's see. 13 versus their 1.
Sorry, my crime hat. I
Which
can't
is
believe I put it
12.
earlier.
right?
Yes. I
Which-
told you I wanted to fucking nuke some people with those 5 fate
Oh,
points.
sorry. Which means they're going to soak 3.
I would have spent those other 2 partners in crime if we didn't need them desperately for the other thing.
So that's 9. So they're going to take. This is unfortunate. 9 is an unfortunate number. They're going to take a moderate and
I think
severe.
it's a great number.
A moderate and severe consequence.
Oh, moderate and severe? Oh,
Yes.
guess I'll have to do more work.
So, I want to know what day this happens.
Ooh.
This
Well, I
is
think
important.
we had a couple of time skips, didn't we? We had a time skip
Yes,
between
we did.
Sunday and Wednesday. So how about this is Monday or Tuesday?
Okay.
So because Freida's not needed immediately for the party preparations, she needs to check in on her brothel because she's been gone out of the country for a little bit. And a lot of things apparently happened on Sunday. So yeah, this is like Monday or Tuesday.
So you're in your brothel, and a young blonde comes in, as you said. She's
Mm-hmm.
got very good makeup skills. Little
Mhm.
heavy, you know. But she's just a little roly-poly, a little round.
Mm-hmm.
And she sneaks in with a bit of furtiveness. Like she wants to make sure she's not being watched.
Mm-hmm.
And she sort of looks around. She's like, I'm looking for Madame Cobra. Is she here? She says to the bouncer. And he's like, wait. Who are you? She says, my name is not important. But I need to speak with Madame Cobra. It's important. I have information she might be interested in. I think. And he goes, He goes back to that office, and he knocks on your door. Madame?
Oui, monsieur?
There's a woman here for you. She's blonde. She says it's important.
She goes, Regina? Like in her brain, she goes, little.
And he goes back out. You hear some mumbling. And very shortly, this young woman walks into the door. She walks into your office, and she looks to see if there's a place she should sit.
Oh, please have a seat right here. And I imagine the way her desk setup is you cannot tell she's pregnant when she's sitting down.
Aww. And as she sits across from you, and we'll be filling in these these consequences with free invokes, she says, you have money?
Oh. Do you want a business,
I mean, a lot of
mademoiselle?
money.
May I ask what you need it for? I'm always willing to help young girls in need. They
I
seem
need you
stressed.
to pay me
Would you
for
like
the...
some tea?
No, I cannot stay too long. They'll miss me. But I need information. A lot of information. I have information for you, and I need money in return.
Please? And she'll just put her hand out. Please?
Okay.
What information do you need? And what information do you have? We can work. We can do a trade. I'm a very fair tradesperson.
I have information that you'll want to know, and I need a lot of money so I can. And if you can get me papers or something to get me out of the country or out of the
Out
city.
of the country?
I want to go to Marseille. I want to get out of here, but I don't have the money. And
What's wrong? Is someone after you?
no, someone's after you. And I know who it is, and I know what. And I have information that you would probably need to know, but I want money because if I tell you, they will kill me.
Well, I'm not in the business of getting a woman killed, contrary to the newspapers you might read.
So,
I know people who can get people out of the country.
I need travel paperwork so I can go to Marseille, and I need a different ID, and I need money. And if you give me these things, I will tell you something, and I will tell you this: it is worth it.
I want to make an empathy check on her to see what's up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I rolled very well.
You roll on my sheet.
Mm-hmm. This will be, yeah.
All right, there I am. Ooh.
You fail. What do you want to do about it?
I don't have any fate points.
You don't, but there is one group fate point left.
I don't know, group.
Do you want to? Yes. What aspect? The last one. You'll get him refreshed
Get
next
a read
time,
on her.
and we're almost done with the episode.
Yeah. Just trying to get a read on her to see what she has that she thinks is so worth it. Get a read on her.
What's the
What is she
aspect
so
you'll
scared
evoke?
of? I kind of want to do an impending issue all aboard.
Yes.
Seems like everyone's getting roped into it.
Yep, that is good. Your last fate point is done. You may ask one question.
I could either ask what she's so afraid of, or who she's so afraid of. I guess what could be a who. Or what does she know? I think I'll go with what is she so afraid of?
She seems to you, as she sits there with a little bit of bravado, you read her a little bit. She's a prostitute. She's a working woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know. You can tell by the way she does her makeup. She is not as young as she looks, but she's still pretty young, which means she's old enough to have been around enough to know things, but still young enough to think, like, I can get out of here. You can tell she knows something very, very big, most likely from the vibe about her employer, that also from the vibe, clearly from the way she looks at you and around the office, has something to do with you. And you get the sense that she knows something more about you than you might imagine.
Okay.
And I will tell you this. It does not seem to you like she's bluffing, that this is something important.
Yeah. Okay. She will reach over, take this young girl's hand. My dear, you seem to be in a bit of trouble.
You are in trouble.
I don't let harm come to me or those around me. I will help you. Papers will take a bit of time, but if you need to not be seen, I know of places to keep you safe.
Okay.
Unknown places.
Okay.
So take a deep breath. You will be all right. Okay?
All right.
Your safety is as important to me as my own. You are not just another girl on the streets. You are a human being. Thoughts, needs, and wants. Right?
And you will pay me. I work at a brothel. The 122?
The 122.
You may know it. It is the best brothel, the most important, the biggest.
Yes, I've heard about it.
And I have been there a long time, and I'm friends with many people, and I sometimes hear people talk, and I see people coming in and coming out, and I hear things. And I heard things about this
Very good.
place. And people. I should tell you this. There's an organization. You perhaps may know it. They're calling you
Oui.
the French Gestapo. Well, the man who currently is the head of the calling you, his name is Pierre Bonny. He comes to this place often. He has meetings there with my boss, with the woman who runs the place. And she...
Have I gotten her name before? The
you
woman
have
who runs the
not
place?
gotten her name.
Nick
By the
and-
way, this is
what-
Pierre Bonny, for those of you who in
Mhm.
chat who wish to see him. This is him right there. Yes, he meets with my boss.
And
No.
who is your boss?
Crazy Pete's the one right next to it. There are two Pierres. There's Pierre Luttrell, who is Crazy Pete, and then there's Pierre Bonny, who is currently the head of the French Gestapo. So,
Your madame's name?
this is not the important part. I mean, it is, but
In case, I just...
sh-
Knowledge is safety. You know this. I'm helping you. Help me. Oui?
we, but this is... And she looks a little uncomfortable, as she sort of
I'll
looks
pour
at-
her a glass of brandy and just pour it over. I imagine, or it's wine. There's no brandy in the back right now. It's all wine. Pour her a glass of wine.
you
And
know-
myself one.
I feel like you perhaps are... Her name is Fabienne Jamais. That is her name. But I do not think that is the name perhaps you might know her by.
Yeah?
She goes by another name, and that is Scarlett. She was speaking, I overheard, I was giving drinks to her. She meets with the head of the French Gestapo regularly, every week.
Mm-hmm.
They do not have sex, they have business. And I was giving them champagne. And he joked, he called her Scarlett, and they laughed. And he asked her when she would make the move against a young man. And she said she wanted to know when that was going to happen. And he said, I don't know, I have to hear word from a Nicoletta, I think. I don't know exactly who that is, though. But he was complaining about this brothel, this one, the little bird.
We've given him some trouble, you could say. We do not particularly adhere to their notions.
No, but he said that he wanted this brothel for his own, and that
Cute.
and then she asked when he would get the help, and well, they said something about resistance and something about this place, and I don't know who the Nicoletta is, but she, I think, is some sort of SS agent, perhaps. I think she works for them, perhaps. It was unclear because it seemed as if that she was an SS person, but I don't know what kind of SS person.
I see. Oui.
Because they work for the SS. They're underneath the SS, and it seems as if that she wants something, and she's making promises, and in return she wanted this Luke. And then he would get the little bird, and I don't know exactly what their plan was, but they said they were going to do it soon, but
Can I make one more empathy roll on her? Does she seem resistant sympathetic with the things that she said? She seems awfully concerned about this other brothel for no reason. And she mentioned resistance. So I make one more empathy roll.
She rolls an average.
Ooh.
Fantastic. You may get 2 questions or a question and a boost. Ask your first question first.
My first question is she sympathetic to the resistance? Is she yeah.
Not unsympathetic, not sympathetic. However, when she heard resistance, it was very clear to you that she's like, this is my way out. right? That if
Mhm.
there's resistance, they can probably get me out. But also, if this is about the resistance and more than just crime, this is bigger than I think, and this is too much, right? This is
Okay.
now. So it doesn't seem as if she's resistance. She seems a little bit apolitical, but she seems to think that the resistance is her. Like, it's like, look, you hear stories, right? How do you get out of a city like this?
Yeah.
The only you get
The
like,
resistance.
if there are criminals who are going to get you out, they're going to get you out through slavery, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the resistance will probably not get you out through slavery. So it seems as if this is her way out. So she seems to be.
Question number 2 is a follow-up
Mhm.
question then. Because she thinks she's gonna definitely get yeeted under the bus for spilling the beans on this
Absolutely.
and that kind of things. Would she be interested in being hidden and given a new identity rather than being moved out of the city?
It's possible.
Okay.
She right now is freaked.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
It's possible. You can tell
Okay.
that she, look, from what you can tell, that she's like, this is like the SS. There's a lot of really high level people, and she doesn't know who this secret agent is, this Nicoletta, because she's not met her, but she feels like this is too much. And
Okay.
you can tell that her main motivation is that she found out that there was resistance in this bar, in this brothel somehow, and that's her way out. She wants out.
Interesting. Yeah.
Because she feels like this is all too
That's probably a
unsafe.
carryover from Tango.
Yes, that would
Yeah.
also be your sense that this is like a carryover from Tango.
Mm-hmm.
And also, you feel as if part of her fear might have to do with this serial killer. Because
Yeah.
everybody's heard about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. She will then say, all right, well, the information is very valuable. I appreciate it greatly. Of
They're
course,
going
you'll
to move
get your
against
money.
you soon.
Mm.
They're
Thank
just
you.
waiting for the word from this Nicoletta agent. I don't know if it's a code word, but she is apparently working with the Pierre Bonny, and she is his SS contact, maybe, I think?
Very good to know.
And they're going to move against you, and if you are resistance like they say, then
I'm afraid to disappoint you that the little girl here is not affiliated with resistance. However, yes, I want her to stay calm. I take care of young girls like yourself.
oh, but for what cost? Wait, am I going to have to work in your brothel somewhere else?
No, no. We'll get you new papers. I appreciate you coming here and telling me these things. This means I will be able to keep my own girls safer.
Because this Luke boy is resistance, and this is some sort of thing.
I do know of some resistance.
Okay.
I could get you in contact with them.
And they can get me out.
They might be able to get you out. I don't know how long it would take. Sometimes people cannot be moved immediately. However, they keep the people quiet, hidden, safe. You do not want to go back to the 122 today. You stay here. We will get you. We have extra rooms that are not being used. You sit here. We'll get you some tea, some sandwiches.
So, listen. I will tell you this, yes? This man,
I can get you papers as well. I have some extra actually right now.
Pierre Bonny, yes?
Oui.
He will be at the 122 on Wednesday. That is tomorrow.
Wednesday.
So
oui.
And when he leaves, he goes and he parties and he takes people with him. So his headquarters will be perhaps less guarded. They have
Wonderful.
They say there's going to be a big action on Wednesdays. I don't know what it is, but they will be perhaps distracted. So, if you...
Everything you said has been incredibly helpful.
And you will help me.
Of course I will. What is your name, young dear?
What name do you want?
Your name.
And she looks a little...
Whichever name you wish to give me. It will have to be different on your papers, I'm sure, but... You've been through a lot, and like, brush the hair, kind of, like, there. It's gonna be like soothing gestures. You've been through a lot today, and you've taken a great risk coming here, and I truly appreciate it. You have helped many people today.
Monique.
All right.
And I just want out of Paris. Girls are dying. They have not died in our brothel at all, but none of ours have been caught, but many others have. And I hear about it.
Yes. Well, don't you worry. You'll be safe.
Oui.
Have some wine. Just give her a glass.
You won't make me work here, no?
Not if you do not want to. If you wish to work here, you may work here. But if you wish to work elsewhere, I can help you find employment.
I want to go to America or somewhere else.
Don't we all? But I will speak to people, no? It will take some time. These things do not happen instantaneously, but you do not have to go back to the 122.
Okay. There are so many of them. The French Gestapo, they come to this all the time, but there's some sort of planning going on with my boss.
There are so many of them for now.
Okay. That woman.
The Scarlet?
No, the other woman, the Gestapo woman.
No, Lady Colette.
No, the other one. The famous one, the one that dresses like a man. Violette Morris?
Oui, what about her?
Oh, she drives them all the time. She is their driver, I think. And sometimes she comes in and laughs, you know. So, I can identify some of them for you if that would help.
Incredibly helpful, oui.
Okay.
The more you help me, the more I can help you.
Okay. Thank you. And we'll come out of that flashback. So, that was a lot of information that you used for this attack on the French Gestapo.
Yes, it is. Because their headquarters were emptied. What a day to undermine them.
Weird. So, my
weird.
friends, as you had, in what ways do you undermine them, by the way?
Oh, again, we undercut the customer base to the 122 because obviously they're connected. Yeah,
So-
because again, they're serial killer conspiracists. The fact that maybe the Gestapo, one of the Gestapo members, is the serial killer. I know it's SS, and everyone else knows it's SS, but rumors don't know it's SS. Everyone else doesn't know it's Elias Yeager.
So, shall we call these two consequences you give them? One is severe, which will last for quite some time.
Yes, I think that one is gonna be the undercut customer base, like hit them where it hurts monetarily.
Undercut customer base with one
Less
free
clientele means less money, means less info, means
one free invoke.
yeah, wonderful.
And you're moderate, in bed with a serial killer.
Yeah, in bed with a serial killer. I love it. And if Nicoletta's involved, it's not a complete lie.
Yes.
Interesting.
And as that sort of Wednesday goes, because I imagine that is yours.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm done now. I've used all my fate points. They're all gone.
It is a quiet night. It's a quiet night. And young Luke heads off to meet his girlfriend. He's out very, very late. His mother's worried. And when he goes to meet her, he rides up to the place where she said to meet him. It's a sort of a small cafe. And as he rides up, he just gets a bad feeling. He looks to see if his girlfriend is there, but a number of fate points were spent. And he doesn't see her right away, and then he notices her just inside the cafe, and she sees him through the big windows, and she gestures for him to come forward and see her, and he waves at her. He's carrying a bouquet of flowers. And as he gets off the cart and takes 2 steps, he remembers what Oscar had said about being aware and being calm in the face. And he remembers not to be nervous. He remembered what Pritam had told him. He remembered what each one of the members had told him and all those fate points they spent. And as he steps 2 steps forward, he notices some cars on the street. And we know that cars are not all that frequent, with people in them. And he sees dark in the back. He cannot see very clearly who this is. But the face he can't see, but the dress he remembers from the brunch earlier today. Nicoletta's in that car. And he gets back on the cart and he rides off without meeting his girlfriend. Because he recognizes that this is an ambush. And he leaves. And he just sort of makes a gesture to the girlfriend of apology, like there's something going on, he has to do something. Sort of making it seem as if he's still on board. And he goes away. And as you all go to sleep, I'm going to ask you each question before we end this episode. It is late at night. Luke makes his way back home. Each one of you is in your own spaces. There is some people looking for you all. And I want to know how each one of you is thinking at this moment, hearing and learning that Falstaff is not dead, but a decoy was murdered in his stead. But 2 agents are captured. To learn that there was, as you will learn, an attack planned, a kidnapping perhaps, an ambush on Luke, and that Nicoletta was definitely involved. That Nicoletta seems to be meeting with the head of the French Gestapo. This prostitute thinks that she's SS, but you know she's not. And that they are part of some plan that involved her targeting Luke. And that they were going to spring that plan. That plan was thwarted. Where are all of you thinking as we move our way out for the end? I want a bit of a montage. Let's start with the prince.
Oh boy. Are we considering this like at the end of the day?
It's probably midnight. You know what I mean? It's probably super late at night.
I think at this point,
and that Scarlett is Harp the food chain. That she's the head of that brothel, the most important brothel in Paris.
Okay. So with the information, I'm assuming he probably the only one he really knows at this point is the one about.
By the way, Luke delivers flowers to you all the minute he leaves. He gets that information to each and every one of you. He's a good boy, and he's like, "Here's a bouquet of flowers. You all get a bouquet with the details of what he knows."
Okay. So with that being said, I think there's a sense of relief knowing that it's not as close to the precipice as he thought it was. The fact that what's his name is alive.
Falstaff.
Having a brain. Falstaff is still alive shows that at least the important members are there. But the fact that 2 others needed to be sacrificed is going to be definitely something that's going to.
3. One was assassinated, but the other 2 are still alive.
Yeah, and the fact that one so close, which is Luke, was almost about to be kidnapped and ambushed. The fact that so that I think that there's a level of relief and determination, still that level of carefulness that he kind of was like, okay, we definitely need to wrap some of this up, otherwise things are going to go. And he understands that Nicoletta is a problem. Nicoletta and this other girl, the girlfriend girl, is a problem. So so he's going to probably be in his apartment considering what he can do next to assist in this. I feel like for him especially, that was it Scarlett, her name?
Yep, Scarlett. Who's good friends with your girlfriend.
That's exactly. So at this point, that is probably what he was considering as the next approach.
And clearly not a college student.
Yeah. So that's what I think he'll start thinking about.
And before I close on you, the globe on you, you're where are you at midnight?
Like I said, he probably at this point had already closed up shop and went back to his apartment.
There's a rapping at your window.
Come at the window, not the door. Does he, when he turn around, look and see anybody there?
Indeed. A young man that you have seen before. Not that young anymore, actually.
Okay.
You saw him at the clinic. Italian fellow.
Oh. Wait, is it the Frieda's?
Yes.
Oh.
And he has snuck up onto your balcony. And he's knocking.
Oh.
Regina, midnight. What are you thinking?
I imagine Regina set in a lot of silence, decoded this thing, probably wrote the fake one back so that Oscar had something to deliver, and then spends the rest of the night in.
You get the flowers from delivered, which lets
from
you
Luke.
know what happened. Yeah.
With all the information. Yeah, Regina adds this to the compiling list of information that's going on, and probably spends the rest of the evening contemplating what our next steps maybe should be and how the group should regroup.
The other person who's in your same... Well, actually, I don't know. Oscar, where are you staying tonight?
Oscar's asleep, dreaming of ways to kill.
In which suite?
No, Regina, the suite with the Leichner suite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What are you thinking of?
Nothing. He knows he has to kill Nicoletta.
Easy.
So again, the couple sits in silence as we contemplate the death of those around us.
Frieda.
Well, Frieda's asleep. She's tired. She's very pregnant. I imagine she wakes up a lot though to try to get comfortable.
And what was she thinking?
If she wakes up, yeah, she's thinking. She's like, hope those rumors are going well, because she left those instructions with her group because they're competent. She trusts them, and she's just like, wonder how that's going. Hopefully, well. Probably get a report here soon in the next couple days. Go pop by, take a visit. Have to figure out what to do with that girl. I'll need to talk to Luke. I think that's what's going through her head. And then Luke comes by and she's like, "Oh, young man, could you please help me with this? I can't move this piece of furniture." And just because the staff isn't going to think any about the pregnant woman going, "Hey, young, strong, help me with things."
And I imagine probably. I would, depending, he might actually just stay on your couch that night.
She'd totally be fine with it. Yeah.
And as we sort of close.
So she can have a nice chat with him.
Yeah, she can have a nice chat with him. And you have Luke, and Pritam has your ex-boyfriend. And Nicoletta, and Regina and Oscar have each other in murderous dreams. And with that, we are going to call it for the evening. And as we close, there's one. I want you all to say who you are, where we can find you, and give some love. But there is one last piece of business that we have to do before we go, and it's important. And I think it has to do. Greg, could you please make a roll for me?
You want to see if we would have made it?
No. I need you to roll will.
Any of my stunts play into this, or
what are your stunts?
I'll just roll it. Fair.
Okay. Let's see. Just keep that in mind for this really important moment. Happy birthday to you. Hey. Happy birthday to you tomorrow. Yeah. Happy birthday, dear Greg. You're the bestest, and I mean that. Happy birthday to you and many more. Happy birthday.
Thank you, buddy.
I love you. All right, Greg, you're up first. Who are you? Where can we find you next? And then also give some love.
Greg, Grimjack21502. You can't find me on social media at all unless you're in the Unmade Gaming Discord or on the Academic Foxhole Discord. You can find me nowhere else except here next Friday. And I give my love to everyone because as the birthday boy, I'm allowed to have a cop-out. See ya!
Popcorn. Who do you pass it to?
Oh, popcorn. Lindy.
That's me. Hi, I'm Lindy, Left of Lindy. You can find me online as such pretty much everywhere. Even if I'm not active there, I stole the name because I didn't want anyone else to have it. And you can find me next on not tomorrow night, Sunday night on Praxagorth Thesmophoria's channel for some Witcher, and then on my channel for on Monday for episode 2 of our Innistrad game. Episode 1, it's Innistrad. It's rough. It's gothic horror. We're creeped out. We're low on hit points. Pope's doing a great job. Definitely come check it out. And on Tuesday, we've got some Mr. Ravenloft shenanigans where I'm going to just fuck with them emotionally because it's their epilogues and that's what they asked me to do.
Nice.
And then that's me online and then again here next Friday. Yeah. And my love. Ooh, so much love to give. I loved Greg giving me shit for hoarding all my fate points.
You used them.
for being a Scrooge McDuck. I used them. So see, I was just saving them for really important. Like Greg knows me so well.
I'm gonna tell you what, the French Gestapo is not doing well right now. You have undermined them
Oh,
hardcore.
I know. I'm so excited
And
about
got
it.
good intel.
Worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So I loved that from just Greg specifically. And I love that Regina decoded the message and everyone finally, I've been sitting on this for weeks, that Falstaff is fine. It's a decoy. I mean, he's good. He just has to lay low.
It was a decoy that was set up to be killed. But
Yeah,
you know,
it's a decoy. I've known it's a decoy this whole time and I haven't been able to say shit.
but that PC
So-
Jacqueline by Balrog by Diana's like, yeah, my character's a little bit sketchy, and she's like, no, I'll turn somebody in. I will just turn somebody in if that's a better person to have turned into that than like our main courier. Oh,
Because we don't want the main guy because that's too many people
Yeah.
sacrificed. But there's one guy though.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. So that's my love. That everyone finally finding out so I can talk about it. And then just the poor prince. When Regina and Frieda are talking about, yeah, we could just kill her. How would we kill her though? And he's like,
He's like,
escalated.
oh, yeah. But he had
And
no.
also,
Yeah.
and also Preetham again. He's like, oh, there might be more than one baby. It might be twins. Just every time something precious comes up, KP's face just lights up and it tickles me. So that's my love, and of course, love for Trooper for just being awesome and having this wonderful game for us all to play. That's me.
Popcorn. Who next?
Dot.
Dot.
Hi friends, I'm Little Red Dot. You can find me online where little red dots are found. My star tonight. You know, I have to say that bitchin' flashback of Frieda's was choice. Even though I had to wrangle cats for a second, I still caught most of it. And wow, the amount of information that came out of that
Hey,
single use of a fate point, it was
It
great.
was 2 consequences. Do you know what I mean? Like those are 2.
Yeah, it was like good stuff. Yeah.
That was 2 consequences. I'm just saying.
Saved him for the nuke. Yep. Tactical.
As severe and a major. Absolutely.
Leaving us with KP.
All right. Well, then, hi, everybody. I'm KP. You can find me as KP11 Studios on all your social medias, mainly on Twitter. Come check me out over there. I have a lot of things going on. I'm, just check it out. Check me out over there. There's too many things to recount as of just yet. On top of that, my star. Oh, boy. Yeah. I think today was such a great episode for just information. And I loved the entire scene of us having the faction actions. That I think that entire scene was fantastic, and I loved everybody's approach to everything. So I don't really have any specific person that, because everybody was on point tonight. But I agree with Dot. That flashback scene was fantastic. It was the right thing that was needed. I think overall I love this episode for the level of panic it started, because we were like, oh God, one of us very important is possibly gone, even though Lindy already knew, when none of us knew.
It's true.
And we were just like,
It was so hard.
so so that was fantastic. But yeah, that's where I will leave it. I think just overall everybody really brought things together today. So
On the plus side, they do think that they killed him. Like they think they killed Falstaff,
which is good.
Yes. Also, you did find out a lot of very interesting information today.
Yeah.
And perhaps important information. And I will also just note that plot to go and kidnap Luke was not able to take advantage of the heightened security of the city. And I'm troopersjp, your GM, who sits here like an evil mastermind, being like, Nicola knows this, but she doesn't know this. Oh, this is what they know. They don't know that, though. And our heroes, they know these things. All right. And I want to say thank you so much to my players for doing some very slightly evilly wonderful things, and I loved it. There was some goodness happening, and yeah, I'm very excited about it, is what I'm trying to tell you. And I'm excited to find out, because next week is another full group episode, and I'm really excited to find out what they're going to do now, what they're going to do now that they've got a lot of intel. Because at this moment, it's well, I want to know. And I'm going to find out. And support our wonderful players. Go and follow them. Hang out with us next week. You can find me, as Lindy said, Sunday night over at Praxagora, the Smurfarius channel, 8 p.m. Eastern, for The Witcher. And I'm going to give my love to all of the players. I want to give my players for their amazing, the way that they dealt with their faction, right? Do you know what I mean? They dealt with their factions really well. I appreciate all the strategy in there, and I appreciate the ways in which the story was woven through that. Because I'll tell you what, Nicoletta was like, after this party, after this, I need to give you all a fate point.
Oh,
remind me to give you all a fate point, not now, but next week.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
And the question why is, this is for a self-compel, a retroactive self-compel. People made it very clear that Regina was not going to get the help she needed. So she needed to get other leverage, which she does not currently have. Because that attack was because she felt like she needed more leverage, which she did not have. She did not get in the end. So she's not feeling good about that. So there you go. I will give you all a fate point next week after you get your refresh back up for that. So all of my good friends in chat, thank you so much. And what's our title? What was our title for the session? Chat, let me know. And thank you very much. We will...
Mole in a hole.
Mole in a hole. That's it. Mole in a hole. That's it. Mole in a hole. Because we actually have quite a few moles in holes.
Yes.
Yeah, moles in holes. So my friends, thank you very much for being here. Happy birthday to Greg, who I love very much.
Happy birthday, buddy.
I love all of my players more than anything, and I want to say thank you, all of you, for being so great. And I'm really excited for what you all are going to do with some people who are maybe kind of problematic. No, I suppose they're fine, right? I suppose they're fine. It's fine. It's good. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Bye.